at 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, September 21st, 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, September 21st, 2022. And this public meeting of the DC State Board of Education will come to order. The roll will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Interim Director, call the roll.
Yes, Representative Burstead. Representative Burgess. Representative Burgess. Representative Wages. Representative Wages. Representative Washington. Representative Gasoy. Representative Kang. Representative Watford. Representative O'Leary. Representative Parker. Representative Sutter.
Present.
Representative Thompson.
Present.
Representative Reed.
Present.
I see you, Representative Reed, but I didn't quite hear you.
Present.
And Representative Patterson. Present. Madam President, you have a quorum.
A quorum has been determined, and the state board will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Members, we have a draft agenda before us. Are there corrections or additions to the agenda? Seeing no changes, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Thank you, Vice President Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Patterson. The motion having been properly moved and seconded, I will ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The motion is approved. We now have minutes of both our August 3rd and September 7th working sessions before us. Is there a motion to adopt these sets of minutes? Thank you, Dr. Patterson. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice President Thompson. The motion being properly moved and seconded, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is on adoption of the August 3rd and September 7th working session minutes.
I'll ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. The motion is approved. Good evening. My name is Jessica Sutter, Ward 6 Representative and President of the State Board of Education. On behalf of the members of the District of Columbia State Board of Education, I want to welcome our guests and our viewing public to our first in-person meeting since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Last time we sat on this dais, some of us were together and it was February 2020. Others of us were not yet on the board, so this is a very exciting thing. We are grateful and thankful to be back in the old council chambers for our Wednesday, September 21st public meeting. The state board plans to continue this in-person posture for our public meetings. And for the first time tonight, we are trying out hybrid posture. So tonight, as we deal with the inevitable technical difficulties that come with that, we thank you all for your patience and for working through it with us. The state board holds its regularly scheduled public meetings on the third Wednesday of every month in the old council chambers at 441 4th Street Northwest. This meeting is also being broadcast live via the District Knowledge Network. And it's also live streaming via the state board's YouTube page at DC SBOE. Before I get into a discussion of the items on this evening's agenda, I want to take time to share and address just a few updates more generally about the state board's work. First, I want to express my gratitude to Dr. Grant and the team at OSCE for recent briefings to the board on teacher data and park scores. We appreciate the continued support your team is providing to schools and to educators as they work to support our students in recovery from learning loss and in all the effects of the pandemic that our students are still experiencing. I want to share with the public the ongoing importance of vaccinations for our young people. We are still working to make sure that all young people have all of their childhood vaccinations before the school year gets any farther ahead. There are vaccination clinics that continue to be offered at schools across the district, and COVID vaccines and boosters are available at designated COVID centers across all 8 wards. I also want to share that the board is working on a letter to the DC
Education Research Collaborative, commonly known as the RBC, to outline priorities the board hopes that the Research Practice Partnership will include in its forthcoming research agenda. We look forward to completing that letter and to transmitting it later this month before the October meeting of that body to share things that the board would like to see included in the research that body will undertake over the next 5 years. The state board is also pleased to be hiring a new staff member to add to our team. We currently have a position open for an education standards specialist to support the board's work in reviewing and preparing for the revision of learning standards across DC. If you or someone you know might be a good fit for that position, you can take a look on the DCHR website, on the state board's social media accounts, or on LinkedIn to find that posting. Finally, the state board will be hosting a back to school engagement event at Eastern Senior High School this coming Saturday, September 24th at 10:30 a.m. Members of the public can still sign up, and all of this information is also on the state board's website and social media accounts at bit.ly/SBOE _2 and the word school. We look forward to seeing you all in person to share updates on the state board's work and to engage directly with members of the public on topics of education governance, literacy, the DC school report card, and family engagement practices. On to the business elements of this evening's meeting. This evening, we will first welcome a panel of experts to discuss ESSER, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, dollars in district schools, specifically related to how these dollars are being spent and which spending trends seem to be promising for learning acceleration. These ESSER dollars were authorized as a federal government response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the District of Columbia is estimated to have received $600 million across the 3 ESSER fund distributions. OSSI and our many local education agencies have outlined the use for these funds, and we look forward to hearing from our expert witnesses tonight on this topic. The state board will also hear from quite a few public witnesses as well. We look forward to hearing from several of you in person as you share testimony on teacher shortages, retention, racial equity, flexible scheduling for educators, student voice, raising paraprofessional pay, and other important education-related issues. The state board will close tonight's meeting with the consideration of 2 ceremonial resolutions and 1 state resolution. The first ceremonial resolution this evening will recognize National Suicide Prevention Week. With this resolution, the state board will recognize and observe the week and commit to work, advocate, and inform preventive education within schools and throughout communities to raise awareness and report continued instances of suicide. The second ceremonial resolution celebrates National Hispanic Heritage Month and the over 77,000 district residents who are of Hispanic or Latinx heritage. The third resolution the state board will consider this evening addresses the state board's FY24 need for appropriations and related budget announcements. Finally, I want to note for the audience here and at home that the Committee of the Whole of the DC Council, chaired by Chairman Mendelson, is holding a number of hearings in the next few months that are related to work that the state board is also undertaking. On September 27th, there is a hearing on access to student records, a call the state board often gets from members of the public. On October 6th, there is one related to financial literacy. October 25th will focus on teacher retention and the state board's data bill. November 30th, there'll be a hearing on attendance and chronic absenteeism. And December 7th, a hearing will focus on literacy, a topic of great interest to the state board of education. I encourage the public to learn more about these hearings on the DC Council website and to consider signing up to testify. Our state superintendent, Dr. Grant, is unable to join us on the dais tonight, but she has graciously joined us via Zoom. Dr. Grant, I'll now turn to you for any opening remarks you have.
Thank you, President Sutter, and I cannot wait to join you all. Congratulations on the milestone, the very significant milestone of being joined together to do the work.
Dr. Grant, we
Yes.
cannot hear you at this time.
At all?
I can hear you, Dr. Grant, so it's not your sound.
And Dr. Reed, we can no longer hear you either.
It's y'all.
hold on one second. Dr. Grant and Dr. Reed, can you hear me?
We can
Can
hear
you give me
you
a thumbs
really
up
well.
if you do? Justin says yes. Okay. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Thanks to all for your patience with the aforementioned technical difficulties.
Dr. Grant, can you try it again?
What about now?
No.
But Dr. Reed, you can still hear me, correct? Yeah. Is it the owl?
Thank you for your patience, guys, as we figure this out.
That's also possible.
Dr. Grant, can you say something again?
What about now?
No.
Hmm.
I
I'm
feel
wondering,
like
what if you unplug the owl?
I think the speaker is not working now in the old council chambers. It was previously working, but the audio does not seem to be coming through Zoom at this time. I think it might be in our best interest to see if we can share a Zoom dial-in number. Oh,
Again.
Caitlin, was that the audio through your laptop?
It is, but I'm receiving an audio feedback.
Yeah.
Dr. Grant, could you say something?
I was gonna say, what about now?
All right, we can try this now, Dr. Grant.
Okay,
We're gonna risk a lot of feedback, but we're gonna try it.
okay.
All right,
Should I-
let's give this a try.
Okay, should I proceed?
Yes, you shall. Thank you, Dr.
All
Grant.
right, no worries. Thank you, President Sutter, and congratulations to all the members of the board for this milestone of being joined together in person. I look forward to joining you all next month. This evening, I've had the pleasure of introducing one of our schools, Digital Pioneers Academy, to a global stage as they are being acknowledged for being one of the only middle schools that are completely designed around computer science instruction. And so you all should feel very proud of the children of the district. They are impressing a lot of individuals this evening. And so thank you for letting me join hybrid. And I'll dive in to my remarks. I want to take a couple of moments to talk about some of our shared priorities. I want to describe the actions we're taking to moving closer to the public release of our updated social studies standards, along with my anticipated timeline on how we plan to move forward with updating our community service graduation requirements, and a couple of key items to keep top of mind for your discussion on the district's usage of recovery funds. Before I dive into those topics, I do want to acknowledge, as was referenced by President Sutter, the hard work of our Division of Teaching and Learning. They put forth a lot of effort to produce our Educator Workforce Report, which was released in May. I watched your working session on September 7th and was pleased to see that we were able to answer your questions and provide you all with valuable information. I'm hoping that this is an example of how we can continue to work together to produce reports and present information that advances our shared understanding in a way that will ultimately improve outcomes for the students across the District of Columbia. I also want to let you know that we've received feedback on our ESSER State Plan Amendment from the United States Department of Education. Thank you again for all of your care and engagement in improving the plan. The comments were largely technical and do not change the philosophical direction of our plan. We're currently working to digest and respond to their comments, and I will continue to keep you all updated on our path toward approval. Moving on quickly to social studies, I am pleased to inform you that we have made significant progress since I last addressed the board. In July, OSSE reconvened its technical writing committee to accomplish two important tasks. One, to solidify a strong set of anchor standards, and two, to establish course titles and descriptions for each grade level. As a reminder, anchor standards outline the overall big ideas and important processes that recur within a field of study. OSSE has selected 4 traditional content strands to serve as anchor categories: civics, economics, geography, and history. In addition to the traditional content strands, OSSE created a 5th anchor category, the inquiry arc, which encourages and encompasses social studies thinking, skills, and processes. These anchor standards align with the big ideas found within the Social Studies Standards Advisory Committee's guiding principles. The course titles and descriptions for each grade level, K through 8, as well as high school social studies courses are drafted. These updated descriptions lay the groundwork to write clear, rigorous, grade-specific standards that are developmentally appropriate and vertically aligned. These new course descriptions also embody the guiding principles' visions for incorporating diverse perspectives and voices and not shying away from hard history, while at the same time maintaining a balanced approach that empowers students to reach their own conclusions based on facts and evidence. One noteworthy and significant change is the grade 8 content area. It is now a full year action civics course. This course begins with establishing the role and purpose of government. Each subsequent concept taught through both contemporary and historic case studies. It allows students to investigate global, national, and local opportunities from informed civic action. Together, the anchor standards and course titles and descriptions have created a strong foundation for our standards revision work. This month, the Technical Writing Committee is focused on grounding grade level standards in the anchor standards to ensure cohesion and completeness and to enable vertical alignment across all grade levels. To do this, the committee will begin identifying the foundational knowledge and skills needed at each grade level across 4 strands, as well as enhancing content for specific topics, including environmental and digital literacy. Over the next few months, the committee will finalize its draft of grade level standards so that we remain on track to releasing the anchor standards, course titles, and descriptions for each grade level and full standards for each grade level this year. This fall, OSSE will convene a panel of critical friends comprised of national leaders in instructional standards and social studies topics who will provide feedback and advice to the committee through a national lens. The Technical Writing Committee will continue finalizing each grade level set of standards, while OSSE and the panel of critical friends provide feedback through a structured review process. OSSE will continue to engage this panel of critical friends beyond the public comment period to strengthen our standards in the final stages of development and to support OSSE in preparation for adoption and implementation. In addition, to help facilitate the work around the development of these standards and support LEAs with implementation moving forward, we have recently hired a social studies specialist, which I am super excited about. This individual will join the Division of Teaching and Learning as a full-time OSSE staff member in October. In December, OSSE plans to release draft standards along with the anchor standards and course descriptions for public comment. We anticipate a 45-day public comment period. My final update on social studies is that we are bringing in an outside partner to support our revision work. I am pleased and thankful to announce that the Charles and Lynn Schusterman Family Foundation will provide support and resources during the standards finalization process and the implementation planning phase. With the Schusterman Family Foundation's support, in early 2023, OSSE plans to convene LEA instructional leaders together with subject matter experts from both local and national organizations to begin the essential work of implementation planning. With all these efforts in place, we are making good progress on our work to update the social studies standards. I am very pleased that we have been able to reset this work and believe we are moving towards a much stronger product. Now I'm going to quickly move through our work on community service and the graduation requirements. I'm glad that my team was able to gather feedback from state board members, including the invaluable student representatives. Thank you all specifically so much for your hard work during the working session on September 7th. From this discussion, we were able to ascertain that the board does not want to eliminate this graduation requirement, but you do want to stagger the timing of reinstating the requirement to account for the impact of the pandemic on service hours and for the fact that the requirement has been waived for the last 3 years. I also heard consensus that the board thought it was a good idea to adjust community service hours for students transferring from out of state. Finally, I heard the board was interested in ways to bring clarity around what constitutes acceptable community service from schools, with the goal of broadening the number of experiences that may be used to meet the requirement. OSSE is confident that we can satisfy this feedback. For next steps, in October, we will bring specific proposals to the board for additional feedback. These proposals will contain options for reinstating the number of hours incrementally over time, as well as potential language to changes to establish parameters for broadening the experiences that may be used to meet the requirement. As we move forward together on this work, please remember that we must act timely, that this provides clarity to graduating seniors. We want to give them sufficient time to complete their community service hours. I know you all are going to have a set of panelists lined up this evening to speak to you about the usage of elementary and secondary school emergency relief, affectionately known as ESSER, funds at the conclusion of my remarks. I too look forward to hearing what they have to share, but before turning over the floor, I would like to briefly highlight a few items to keep in mind regarding the usage of our district's ESSER funds. To begin, I'd like to provide context for how we have gotten to where we are today. OSSE received nearly $1 billion in federal stimulus funds to support the recovery of our public education and childcare sectors, and ESSER dollars comprise the majority of these funds. ESSER funds refer to the $600 million in federal grants provided to the district through 3 separate federal stimulus laws: CARES, CRRSA, and ARP. 90% of the district's ESSER funds go directly to LEAs to address their recovery priorities, and 10% is retained by OSSE for state-led investments. Collectively, these funds must be expended by the end of fiscal year 24, or they will be returned to the United States Department of Education. With these monies, OSSE has planned, designed, and stood up numerous grants, programs, and processes. This work has involved coordinating with sister agencies, hiring new staff, asking current staff to expand their portfolios of work. And it's important to note that spending these federal dollars, even under these emergency conditions, still requires government agencies to follow applicable laws governing the contracting and procurement of services. We have worked quickly and efficiently to stand up these resources, but we're still abiding by our local and federal laws. Speed is important, but good stewardship of public resources is also important. So here we are today. OSSI is using ESSER funds to accomplish a number of critical recovery priorities. We have been focused on accelerated learning, supporting student and staff well-being, enabling a safe reopening, and expanding pathways for post-secondary success. For example, we created the DC Futures program, through which more than 1,000 district students are gaining access to college scholarships and personalized coaching. We've established CTE and our advanced internship program, which is placing up to 300 high school seniors into credit-bearing internships this year that pay more than $15 an hour, and connecting them to real-world career opportunities with local businesses. We're going from 0 students to over 10,000 students having access to high-impact tutoring, which research demonstrates is one of the most effective interventions available to accelerate learning. We're using recovery dollars to expand access and uptake of the science of reading trainings, including paying teachers stipends to take these trainings. We are supporting students with disabilities by standing up the DC Special Education Hub to ensure families get the answers they need for their children, and incentivizing our teachers to take special education micro-credential coursework. I could keep going, but the point is, OSSI is using the 10% set aside to create new and innovative programming to support our kids here in the district. OSSI is also committed to transparency. As President Sutter mentioned at your previous working session, our recovery website allows you to see how OSSI is spending its state set-aside funds and how and to what degree LEAs are spending their recovery funds. Spending data is available both in a user-friendly dashboard formula and via downloadable Excel data files. The data is broken out into specific categories: accelerated learning, safe reopening, student and staff wellness, and other. In providing the data this way to our public, our hope is that parents and community stakeholders will use this information to continue to push for clarity around LEA spending plans, advocate for spending that aligns to community needs, and be able to track how we're leveraging this historic investment in public education. We will update this data quarterly to keep you and the broader public aware of future spending. Fundamentally, our commitment to transparency is rooted in providing the public the information that they need to be empowered to speak with education leaders about recovery investments. And I'm very, very proud that the recovery website accomplishes this goal. As I conclude, and thank you so much for your time, I ask all state board members to please remind parents to vaccinate their children when you are out in the community doing your constituent engagement work and at your event this Saturday. Letters were sent to parents of non-compliant elementary grade students on September 7th. Similar non-compliance notices will be sent to older students on October 3rd. Schools will begin excluding students who remain non-compliant with the law 20 days after notifications are sent, October 11th and November 7th, respectively. We know that routine pediatric vaccinations are safe, effective, and the best way to prevent the dangerous spread of contagious diseases like the measles or polio. Yet too many of our students remain out of compliance. I appreciate your help in encouraging parents to get their children up to date with their immunizations as soon as possible. Finally, and last but not least, I want to thank all the students, our parents, our teachers, our administrators, everyone who is currently serving the education of our children for a strong start to this new school year. I encourage you all to get out in our schools, take in the joy of learning. Thank you again so much for creating this opportunity for me to be with you all, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Dr. Grant, and thank you for bearing with us during that period of technical difficulties. We appreciate OSSI's continued partnership on so many issues of importance to our students, families, and schools. We're going to turn now to our expert panel. Our expert panel this evening consists of 4 invited witnesses who will share their thoughts on ESSER funding trends in the district and across the United States. The COVID-19 pandemic has left states, districts, and schools looking for more support and ways to create impactful, equitable, and sustainable solutions to accelerate learning. I'm very excited to hear from tonight Chad Alderman, Policy Director at the Edunomics Lab at Georgetown University, Chelsea Coffin, Director of Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, Lynn Jennings, Senior Director of National and State Partnerships at the Ed Trust, and Jonathan Travers, Managing Partner of Education Resource Strategies. If the guests who are with us in this room would come to the table now. Mr. Travers is joining us from Zoom, so let's make sure we've got that all set up. Each of you will have 5 minutes, and then we'll move to one round of questions from the State Board, where members have 4 minutes for questions and responses from our guests. We'll begin with Mr. Travers on Zoom, and then we'll move from my left on the table across. There's a timer in front of you that'll have your time, and we'll start to blink at you when your time is winding down. Whenever you are ready, Mr. Travers, we'll let you begin.
I'm getting lots of echoing. I think you said my name.
I did indeed.
Okay. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, I think the echo helps them hear better,
Okay, let's go for
but
it.
you're good. Mhm.
Okay, good evening, members of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Jonathan Travers, and I'm Managing Partner at Education Resource Strategies, a nonprofit for the last 15 plus years that has worked with large, mostly urban school systems across the country to help them allocate and use their resources, people, time, and money, to ensure that schools can meet the needs of all students. Today, I'd like to share with you what we're seeing nationally in terms of promising practices and lessons for how ESSER dollars are being spent so far. I would ask, as we get into this, I do have some slides that we could project, or I could also just go for it without slides. But I can't share my screen directly the way that I'm set up here.
I think we're working on the screen sharing problem, and you are welcome to share your screen.
Okay, so should I just keep going here?
Yeah, please keep going.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. So for the last year, ERS has run a national ESSER strategy network where we bring together every month district leaders from 18 mostly large urban districts who have leaders who have direct responsibility for the effective stewardship of ESSER funding, to engage with them as a community of practice and what's working and not, what they're learning and how they can help each other. This summer, we've supported directly a subset of those network members to help them run what we're calling ESSER halftime reviews, step-back sessions for the leadership team to engage in data and reflect on what to stop, start, or change about their ESSER investment plan coming into the second half of the spending allowability period. Much of my testimony today comes out of our network and from these halftime reviews specifically. Great. So to start, if we go to slide 3, what do we think research and experience would suggest about what equity and excellence-driven ESSER spending ought to look like? Our network coalesced around the 7 guiding principles that are on the 3rd slide. Our website linked at the bottom has more detail on what each of these means and looks like in practice. I would just highlight a couple briefly here. On sustainability, a common misconception we're finding is that people perceive individual ESSER investments to be sustainable or not. So new positions are categorically unsustainable, or equipment purchases are no problem. We think that this is oversimplified. The more sophisticated systems we're working with are thinking about the sustainability of their full investment strategy, not of individual line items. They're also trying to integrate all funding sources to avoid spending ESSER in ways that are misaligned with the rest of the budget. The other principle I'd lift up here is on proven high impact strategies. So going to slide 4, if that's possible. These what we call power strategies are the types of investments that research and experience suggest are most likely to accelerate student learning, while also laying the foundation for continued systemic change. The research around the impact of a high quality curriculum makes that a great ESSER investment for a system without one. Dallas ISD is a great example of a district that's effectively added instructional time through intersessions at many of their higher needs schools. Lots of districts, as the state superintendent mentioned, are investing in targeting individual time and attention through tutoring. And Nashville is an example of a district adapting teacher roles at a subset of schools to improve instruction, teacher working conditions, and long-term teacher retention. So that's the plan. What are the insights and lessons coming out of our halftime reviews that we can use to make adjustments going into ESSER's second half? First is that the rate of spend has been slower than anticipated, for many of the reasons like labor shortages and supply chain challenges that have at this point been pretty well documented in the media. That said, I would note that the districts that we're working with show a higher rate of spend than what's in the publicly available data for them. So as the publicly available data as shared out has a bit of a lag in it. So you might think of it more as a lower bound of what has been spent than actually what has been spent in the moment. Second, for the most part, spending across schools has been equal, not equitable. Districts aren't spending, more per pupil in schools that need it most, which is a challenge, and which is why we think that it's so important that districts reallocate and adapt spending strategies consistent with the needs of their schools and students. On efficacy, visibility into causal impacts of ESSER spending is really limited. And given the complexity of service delivery and data collection right now, it's probably not a realistic standard to hold even the most sophisticated systems to. Instead, we see the implementation metrics and the leading indicators that correlate with outcomes as more promising to inform ongoing adaptation of prioritized initiatives. Our lesson on continuous improvement is that the systems that ultimately have the best impact with ESSER aren't the ones who had the best initial plans, or they're not going to be the ones that had the best initial plan, but those who adapted best over the following years. So stakeholders should create the expectation of learning and adaptation and not hold on to the original plan for the sake of fidelity. And finally, we see the interaction of ESSER and declining enrollment as the far greater sustainability challenge than ESSER itself. In fact, ESSER funds can help bridge responsibility to share new enrollment levels if used strategically. But we do worry that systems that instead use ESSER funding to maintain pre-COVID staffing levels, despite big enrollment losses, are going to need unrealistically large increases in state or local funding in the out years to avoid much more disruptive and painful consequences. In closing, I'd like to acknowledge the depth of the challenge that facing system leaders right now to ensure that schools and their families are getting the quality of education experiences they need and deserve. I'm hopeful, we can go to the last slide, if that's possible. I'm hopeful that the sharing of the challenges and lessons across our field through venues such as this here tonight can contribute to our students' success, and that the links that we've provided in this information can be helpful to you all. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you virtually from Boston this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Travers. Mr. Alderman?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Chad Altman. I am the policy director at the Genomics Lab at Georgetown University. We're a research center that focused on the intersection of education and economics. I have a few slides in your workbook. You may be able to see them. There are a couple different data pieces as well as high-level bullet points to think through. The first is looking at the update of how much DC schools have left, how much they have remaining of the ESSER funds. And this is a snapshot from the U.S. Department of Education, which collects data from all the states. And I've highlighted a couple different points here. One is on the total amount that DC received, about 19% was spent as of June 30th, 2022. As Mr. Travers mentioned, these are susceptible to different reporting lags, and they may vary. It definitely doesn't capture all that's been planned to the expenditures, but these are what are officially reported in the public sphere. The other thing you might notice from this is that districts and schools have spent progressively across different types of funds. So they spent their ESSER 1 funds before they spent their ESSER 2, and they're just now getting into the ESSER 3 funds, which were the largest tranche of money. If you look at that figure, which is in the bottom right, there's about $368 million left to be spent by the LEAs in DC. That means there's about 5% spent and 95% that's still left to be spent, which means the next 2 school years are going to see a surge of spending from those schools. We break it down very simply. You could look at it per student level. It's about $4,000 left to spend per student. If you think of that as over 2 years, it's $2,000 per student. That's a fair amount of money that districts have still left to spend. They can also change their plans. So they came up with plans about how they're going to spend it, but they still can revise those if they choose to. The next one looks at how the LEAs across DC are spending. It's very similar to the data that Dr. Grant shared that is available on the OSSI website. But you can look at how districts are spending in terms of how they're spending in high level broad categories. You can also look at the variation across LEAs. So there's a few charters that have spent half or nearly all of their ESSER funds, whereas some of the other charters and DCPS is still not very much of it as of the data from this summer, which means they have a lot more to go. And then I have a few potential mistakes that we are seeing districts consider or make with their ESSER funds. The number one thing that we're watching and monitoring is spending in a way that creates a disruptive fiscal cliff. So because it is this one-time money, it will create a cliff that there's going to be a surge of spending over the next couple of years, and that we'll all have to deal with in 2024, 2025. We look at sort of looking out to that year. We have called that the bloodletting because we think it could be a very bad year for school district finances. Some of the factors that could lead to make that worse would be any new hires or new staff that don't know that they're temporary or part-time, unsustainable or large salary increases that then get baked into the floor going forward, but also lead to financial challenges going forward. And it's a balance between addressing student needs today. A lot of student needs require things like investments in labor and more people versus creating a commitment that then is now on the books forever. So there's a certain tension there that schools are going to have to deal with. Some of the promising things that we've seen on the labor side would be things like making sure people know they're hired for the ESSER dollars. So they're ESSER employees, and they know that it's part-time or short-term. You could also use things like stipends or non-pensionable bonuses to compensate people for labor that they're contributing. We've also seen encouraging signs of partnering with parents or community groups or other ways that address students' needs but don't put a long-term obligation. Another thing that I think is really promising is to use the money for on-ramps or planning. If you have some strategic priorities that you have in your school, we've seen some districts use this time to make that transition, to look at how to do that successfully. The last one I will go to is to making sure that we're investing and measuring the results for students. Students should be the ultimate recipient of the funds. We want to make sure that they're seeing it, the parents understand it, and they're seeing it. We want to make sure that they're back attending, they're in school, and they're attending school regularly. They're on track to read by 4th grade. They're earning sufficient credits to graduate. We should be tracking those things over time. We have more trainings, research, and resources on our website at the Economics Lab. We also offer other trainings for people who are interested in learning more about how to use money to do the most with it.
Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. I was at that February meeting that President Sutter described with all of you. It's great to be back in person. My name is Chelsea Kaufman, and I'm the director of the Education Policy Initiative at the Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing and vibrant economy in DC. This evening, I'm focusing on what we know about how ESSER funds have been spent in DC and what this could mean for the future of school finance. The 3 rounds of ESSER funding means that 540 million for LEAs, but must be spent by the end of fiscal year 2024. This means approximately $1,300 per student across 5 school years, meaning school year 2019-20, 23-24 for the 48 LEAs receiving ESSER funds, assuming constant enrollment from last school year. ESSER funds are therefore about 10% the size of the foundation level per pupil spending for this school year, making it important to take stock of how these funds are spent along the way and what may happen when some funds expire. I will focus on 4 main points around LEA spending. First, 80% of the funds have not been spent yet, with 2 out of the 5 years to go in eligibility. Second, most of the funds have been spent on learning acceleration, which is consistent over time, but we don't know the details by activity. Third, there's some variation in by LEA in the amount spent and the degree of focus on learning acceleration, but more detailed data by school would be helpful. And fourth, some schools rely more on new sources of federal funding than others, which will have implications for school budgets when funding expires. Moving on to how much of it has been spent, as of August of 2022, $113.5 million of the ESSER funds for LEAs have been spent, or 21% of the total. This is after 3 fiscal years of having these funds available, with the largest fall ESSER 3 having the most time available for spending and a short period to start in the first school year of the pandemic. There is variation in the percent spent by LEA, with most LEAs having spent between 10 to 39% of their funds. However, 7 LEAs spent less than 10% and 6 LEAs spent 40% or more, meaning that LEAs have varying degrees of access to future funds. Looking at how the funds have been spent, the majority of ESSER funds in DC, or 76%, have been spent on accelerated learning. This includes a lot of different activities, such as access to technology, assessment, extended day or school year, tutoring, supports for students with disabilities, English learners, and human capital, including professional development. Other categories, broad categories for spending include safe reopening and student and staff wellness. I really applaud the recent OSCE dashboard for recovery and for the next iteration. It would be great to have more detail on spending by activity to figure out which investments have been more effective, as this information is not currently available. For larger LEAs, it would also be helpful to have a breakdown by school to evaluate individual initiatives. The focus on learning acceleration to date is aligned with the first round of reporting on spending that occurred between March and September of 2020. During this time, 50% of ESSER funds were spent on technology. Extended day and special populations represented large categories of spending as well. All of these are included as current activities under learning acceleration in the most recent round of reporting. There is also a lot of variation by LEAs on the percent allocated to learning acceleration, which is the largest bucket. 19 out of the 49 LEAs spent more than the average of 76% on learning acceleration. 15 out of 49 spent less than half on learning acceleration, focusing instead on safe reopening or student and staff wellness. For context, about 20% of ESSER 2 funds must be spent to address learning loss. It would be interesting to see the extent to which a focus on learning acceleration is related to greater gains. Learning acceleration in terms of instructional changes can mean a lot of things, as reported by LEA's continuous learning education plans. In school year 21-22, to accelerate learning, at least half of the LEAs, and these are common approaches, plan to adjust schedules, provide after-school programming, offer summer programming, deliver high-dosage tutoring, offer new intervention or support, use staff planning time in new ways for accelerated learning, offer professional development for staff on accelerated learning, and provide additional staffing. In this current school year, 22-23, to accelerate learning, at least half of LEAs plan to adjust scheduling with summer programming or hiring additional staff. With more detailed information on how learning acceleration was spent, it would be useful for future planning to see which approaches have been more successful. All of this analysis takes stock of LEA level spending, and the only information at the school level looks at total federal spending from school year 2018-19 to school year 2020-21 to compare. During this time, federal spending at the school level per student in DC increased from 9.7% to 12.5% of total per student spending, or 2.8% increase. However, some schools have come to rely more on federal funds, with 13% of schools having an increase of double this amount, meaning that these schools will face more fiscal cliff after 2024. Thank you for your time. I look forward to answering any questions.
Dr. Jennings.
Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Lynn Jennings, and I'm the Senior Director of National State Partnerships and Education Trust. Ed Trust is a national nonprofit dedicated to closing opportunity gaps that disproportionately affect students of color and students from low-income backgrounds. I am also a Ward 5 DC resident and a mother of 2 elementary age students. Ed Trust National State Partnerships team cultivates, supports, and participates in advocacy partnerships and coalitions. We work with these coalitions to demand and secure equity advancing policy change at the national and state levels. We work alongside educators, policymakers, students, community, and business leaders to advocate for changes in school systems and systems of higher ed system to make sure that these schools succeed in serving all students, no matter the color of their skin, family income, and how they identify. The lessons that we learn in these efforts and our unflinching data analysis help us shape our state and national policy. The disruption of school hit home for me. For almost a year, both of my sons were at home learning virtually while I worked full-time virtually. I witnessed firsthand what my sons missed by not being in school, in person, with real interactions with other children and with other adults supporting their learning. When they finally returned to the classroom, I appreciated and commended their teachers' steadfast commitment to catching them up. And I also appreciated how they were also preparing them to progress to the next grade level. Nevertheless, my husband and I decided to hire a tutor. We were in the financial position to do so, and I had a flexible work schedule that allowed me to work. Allowed me to accommodate a hectic tutoring schedules. But I am fortunate, and for many families, hiring tutors is just not feasible. Leaders of schools and school systems must address the unfinished learning, and they must do so by accelerating. The portions of the ARP funds targeted to school districts, what we've been talking about as ESSER funds, are intended to support school district reopening, recovery programs. Since March of 2021, districts have been developing and implementing plans to spend these funds. In some districts, we're learning and we're finding as we look through the websites, they're doing a really good job of reporting how they're spending the money. But there are many others that have lacked the detail, and many of the advocates and the families that we are working with are wondering, where's all this money going? And also when we're reviewing these websites, what we noticed is that questions such as whether districts are spending their funds on practices that are actually rooted in evidence, or are districts actually prioritizing equity, many of those questions are left unanswered or unaddressed. So today I want to share 2 promising practices that we have identified in the school system, and a way of thinking about what questions we can ask as we're making these investments in students and making these investments in accelerated learning to see if we actually think they have the promise of making sure that we're addressing unfinished. Existing data show that the pandemic has caused unfinished learning for all students across the country, especially students with low-income backgrounds. Targeted intensive tutoring and extended learning time are 2 high-leverage ways to address unfinished learning. Because when they are well implemented, these are effective strategies for accelerating speed of learning and for giving students a strong relationship with another supportive adult. However, to be effective, these strategies must focus on acceleration and not remediation. We're seeing promising practices in 2 places. I'm sure there are more, but these are the 2 I'm going to talk about this evening. One with the Nashville school system, and the other in Guilford County in North Carolina. The Accelerating Scholars Program, adapted by the Nashville's public school system, is an intensive tutoring program. Students in this program receive tutoring 3 times per week for at least 30 minutes at a time, always with the same tutor and with no more than 3 students. All of the tutors, whether full-time educators or volunteers, are trained in tutoring best practices. The curriculum is on grade level, not remedial, because they believe that this is essential to accelerating learning. An equity matrix was created utilizing academic data to ensure that this program was impactful and prioritized students most impacted by the pandemic. In Guilford County Schools in North Carolina, that's where they allocated nearly $10 million of ESSER funds towards an intensive tutoring program. There are over 500 tutors and 4,000 students. We found that this effort uses data to identify participants by using a logarithm that blends risk factors such as grades, test data, course failures, and absenteeism. The tutors work weekly with teachers by observing instruction, debriefing on students' needs and progress, and planning the next steps. The use of multiple measures of data are a way that they are able to target students' needs, and that is critical. These promising practices are what we should be striving for to meet to accelerate learning. However, they are not one size fits all. Districts can ensure that they're spending funds in ways that are informed by community members, and they must meet their unique needs. Only students, families, and parents, educators and school leaders, local communities and stakeholders on the ground can shed light on how these plans are being implemented, and the long-term data will provide insight into how effective they are. I encourage you, state board members, to focus on research-driven strategy and ensure that there are opportunities to accelerate learning for both high-achieving students who are in all of these in school and may not have the opportunity to engage in more rigorous curriculum, and the many students who are experiencing unfinished learning, who are at risk of disengagement and may not have the opportunity to graduate in college and career graduate. These students are depending on you to act on their behalf. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. Mr. June will now call the member round of questions, and each member will have 4 minutes. A reminder to members that the 4 minutes includes both our time to ask the question and the panelist responses. Typically, we begin with student questions, but today we're going to begin with Dr. Reed since she's on Zoom, and then we'll have the members call first with our students, and then we'll move on to the Okay, thanks.
Dr. Reed.
All right, thank you. I thought I heard my cue, but I wasn't sure. Good evening, everyone. You can hear me okay? Perfect. Jonathan Travers, going to start the question with you and then open it up to the in-person panel. You mentioned equity. Could you provide examples of how states are ensuring equity or attempting equity? Some concrete examples, and then, if there aren't any, or if anyone doesn't have any examples, ideas that you may have related to using these funds equitably.
There we go. A couple of things to think about in thinking about state role with respect to equity. We think of equity in this context as the allocation of resources consistent with student and school need. So greater need, greater resources, equity. Two things. One is it is difficult to make need-based resource allocation decisions in the absence of data about need. So one example that one role that a state can play is ensuring that there's transparency and feedback into resource allocation decisions about where students and schools are first. Second thing is when you allocate school dollars directly to schools, you can differentiate the amount. So some set of schools gets a much higher dollar per pupil, other schools gets a much lower dollar per pupil commensurate with that need. There are potentially obstacles that schools have in being able to spend those dollars effectively. So particularly right now, a number of us in our communities are facing labor shortages, hiring challenges. To the extent that we can make that easier for districts, for individual schools to be able to spend their allocations. Good to the extent that we can provide ideas like some of the things that were provided today to ensure that that schools have access to good information about evidence-based practices given their unique needs. Also a good important role.
Okay, and with the 45 seconds, anyone in the room would like to address? If not, I will yield my time.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Let me just get situated in person. All right, so we're going to start with our student representatives. Representative Martha.
I know something.
So labor is the big one. About 85 to 90% of school expenditures are on labor. So that's the big driver there. As we mentioned, it was about 10%. I think it's actually more like 15 or 20% of district budgets are going to be in this new surge of money for the next 2 years. Depends, it'll vary across communities, but that is money that is one time. So they have to spend it by September 2024. If they don't spend it, they give it back to the US Treasury. And so that will create a big surge of investments. The ways to think about mitigating that, one is on the labor side, being clear about the money is one time, and so you're going to use it in one-time ways. Other types of investments, I think Mr. Travers mentioned some other things that outside, like upfront curriculum purchases, so you can front load your curriculum purchases. If you have a cycle where you're going to buy curriculum every 5 years, you might want to upfront some of those costs. Similarly, curriculum purchases or licenses, you can buy licenses for multiple years at one time, so you don't have to have it at cost. Those are some of the good. Mr. Travers.
Thanks so much for this question. I'll just talk a little bit about the kind of two patterns that we've been looking at regarding the scope of it. One, I talked about in my testimony tonight, just better understanding which schools have a higher percentage of an increase to their spending with ESSER funds, which schools are going to be impacted the most when these funds expire. And the second piece I didn't talk about is what we looked at in terms of the future of the potential future of public school enrollment in DC, just given lower birth levels in DC and some families moving out of DC or shifting away from public schools, that there could be some schools that are hit harder by enrollment decline in the coming years. It could be elementary schools that would tend to be elementary. So having plans in place to go.
When we're just talking about accelerated learning, what's happening in the classroom, I mean, this is one thing that I just need to be really careful with. Definitely understanding that we're dealing with teacher shortages, this fiscal cliff is real, et cetera. But a lot of what came out of the pandemic, the inequities have already been, you know? So we want to be really careful that we're not putting money into something to try to backfill something that's already happened instead of making investment or what we should have been doing before and put stuff back. So in that way, what we would like to do is have a shift in how we're thinking about this in terms of making the investments where we feel like it should be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Representative Washington. Do you have any questions? Thank you, Representative Washington. Representative Wages, do you have any questions at this time? Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll move to member questions. It is practice from the dais that, please remember, remember that the order that members arrive to the meeting is the order that questions are, it is. So if for the members who may recall, I think it's your order of attendance is the way the question order is called. So I will do my best to reflect. First is Representative O'Leary.
Always good to be early. I have a general one. It's because I don't know any of the statistics these kinds of things. The district was given this big bucket of money. And from these figures, it looks like about fifth of the schools almost spent all of their money, and about maybe a quarter of the schools have spent about half of their money, and about a half of the schools have spent less than 10% of the money so far. You know, are there any guidelines about what you're supposed to spend the money on, or how we're supposed to spend it? It's a budget, right? We're given money for 4 years, is that correct? And that they have to spend it, it's got to go by the end of the year, or go back into the treasury report. Is anyone watching what happened the first? What said somebody, why have you spent this money? You still got X amount of, why have you spent all your money in the first 2 years and you don't have any money left? And what are you spending it on? I know that's a rather broad question, but as a citizen, it seems like somebody's not doing their budget. Am I looking at that wrong?
Sure, I think one factor is just, is thinking about the last tranche of funding. ESSER REAP was the largest tranche of funding, and so there could be some shifting of funds, like there could be a lot of spending on the back end because of that. But I think it's great that we do have this picture at the LEA level of how much has been spent, and I'm assuming that LEA is taking stock of it, but I think this is a good time for that conversation.
Since we were in a pandemic, emergency situation, nobody had any idea what was going on. And DC Public Schools has 2.4% of the money that they got, and they still got almost $200 million left to spend in the next 2 years, when the emergency is sort of not as what it was when it started. Who's watching this? Anybody?
Everyone is watching what they spend in the lines, fairly broad, they have quite a bit of latitude. The LEA didn't have to write a plan for what they're going to spend on. And there's a tension between how fast they spend it to be urgent and address needs versus being thoughtful and having an integrated plan. So I don't want to judge whether any district is going too fast or too slow. There's other factors at play there, but either one, either direction could be concerning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative O'Leary. I believe the next Representative Weinberg.
Hi, well, first, thank you so much for coming. There's a lot here. I appreciate you trying to make it comprehensible to us. I have so many questions. I'm not even sure where to start, but I think I'm going to raise one that you really haven't raised, so maybe it won't come up in follow-up. So I trust my colleagues to raise some of these others, which is we're facing, as our other places, enormous teacher turnover, and all of these are about tensions, right? It's do it quickly, but do it well. It's all of these. In this case, yes, you want the money to go to the kids. I mean, I'm worried about what we're going to use it to buy curriculum that we have to do a couple of years ago. We want to use it for things that are going to go to the kids now to make up for what's being lost. At the same time, every day we're losing teachers and we have vacancies. Is there money that can go to that in some ways that makes sense Have you seen that elsewhere? Do you have any advice for us?
The money can be used on that, operating expenses. I will caution that that would then lead to some of the fiscal cliff issues, so.
Let me be clear, I'm not saying to, the point isn't to pay the salaries. The point is, what can we do to help the teachers that are there, not, that's what I mean.
Yeah, we've seen some districts, a lot of districts have offered stipend or retention bonuses along the way, so teachers commit to staying another year, 2 or 3, the district will pay out over time. We've also seen more districts target those, so schools, teachers who commit to staying in high need schools, or teachers who commit to teaching in high need subjects like special ed, is a big shortage right now. So that would be, those would be prudent uses of money, targeted one-time investments. Because of some of the turnover that's happening right now, I think some of it was pent up. Most teachers actually had lower turnover during 2020, and so some of that is catching back up to us now. Some of the turnover issues are also steeper with what I would call like low wage workers, so cafeteria workers, bus drivers, instructional aides have much higher turnover in general than teachers do. So targeting where the dollars are going, making sure it's addressing the biggest challenge is.
The big one we've seen definitely is the retention and high need areas.
And one sponsor I've been thinking about and looking into is the availability of substitutes, and just thinking about that to fill gaps in maybe teachers feel comfortable when they are not teaching, but I was, it's my first time kind of that as a short term.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Watford. Let's see here. If I'm looking at this correctly, I think Representative Patterson would have been next.
Thank you very much. We'll go back to all of it. Your comments about the neighbor. Been very excited about what we'll do once we got those $1,000 positions that we're doing. Could you give me some more if you have details on where that money is going, positions that we as a board need to start looking at and those $1,000 way that we have to supplement plan that I think that is not with my budget forward. And we need to know where we need to be placed in our on data that probably
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know that specifically. So I have it here on my slide. You can see the broad categories we have so far of what districts are spending, or LEAs are spending their money on. And it's just to Ms. Cobham's point earlier, it's accelerated learning, other expenditures, safe reopening, student staff wellness, which are kind of broad buckets. As a state board, I think this would be a good role for you to play to ask and push for more detail in terms of where the dollars are going, types of staff, and then also thinking about evaluating the investments as well. So making sure that if you're making an investment in student wellness, are those investments working? Are they helping students recover? Both so you know that the dollars are well spent, but also so you can make that case that we need to keep the funding going forward once the federal funds run out.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to chime in?
Thank you, Representative Patterson. I believe Representative was next.
Thank you all for your testimony. It is my understanding that the U.S. Department of Education has extended the deadline for LEA or districts to spend the fund. With that, a question comes to mind, like how are we tracking the impact of this money from district to district? Have you seen any examples that you would point to as exemplars in that respect?
Yes, so there's 2 parts there. One is on the extension. So the extension applies to contracts. If the LEA has a contract, it just hasn't been executed by September 2024, they can still pay it out over another 18 months. So it's a March 2026. but that is
So
for.
in theory, LEAs could spend through 2026, by 2024.
We don't have full clarity on it. When I say contract, it's usually like a tutoring contract potentially, or certainly a construction, but the main thought behind that is something that might take a while to be built, and the payments might want to come after that. So that was the thought behind the extension. The original deadline was in law, there's still some federal negotiations of whether that would be extended or not, some people are pushing for that. Your second one was on evaluation, and the best example I've seen is from Connecticut. They set up an office, it sounds like DC has well situated for this, to have an office with a mandate to evaluate some of the uses of funds on both how it's spent, so we know more, as well as evaluation of whether they're effective or not. So that would be a good role, I think, for the state board to play, is making sure those sorts of things happen and making it clear who's supposed to be doing this.
I would love to hear from them, but just thinking as we're soon addressing MRPP, that could potentially be a body that investigates in that same respect. Did anybody else want to weigh in?
The asking us something to evaluate the high-tech tutoring efforts, which I think is a collective part of learning acceleration that will occur over this year from what I understand. I'm not sure about it. Thank you.
And if I could just ask very quickly, I also want to note that I believe the clock is set to 3 minutes versus 4 minutes. But I just want to quickly follow up this problem. You mentioned recommendations for investing in elementary schools, just given the decline in enrollment, and what that's pretty broad. Any specific recommendations? Is that personnel? Is that in training development?
Okay, so I want to clarify. I wasn't specifically saying strict investment to elementary schools, but I was saying that when the fiscal cliff happens, given enrollment trends and the way the births are, we have looked at the numbers. It seems like elementary school enrollments are more likely to decline than other years. So being more aware of elementary schools, maybe better planning for what is going to happen to elementary schools when there's fiscal cliff with effort and lower enrollment is important, not necessarily.
Just so that with the Department of Ed, even with the plans that we have around that stuff, one of the things we're really pushing is all around family, community engagement, stable engagement. And that was one of the requirements. It was supposed to be some kind of engagement. Part of it is not. So we have to have somehow a conversation that's going on to know, is it working? Is the investment working? And what we've learned in other places that we learn really quickly, it's not. So when we have a tutoring service that's coming in and it's all virtual or just one person, and every time students are getting a different tutor, that is not an essence of virtual. So
Thank you. I think that is my time.
Thank you, Mr. Parker, for the clock note. We'll fix that.
Yeah. I believe next is Representative Soy.
Thank you.
There insights to use, for the differences in how much has been spent by millions. How much of it is intentional, how much of it is due to challenges, and it gives insights to what those challenges are.
I'm wondering, Jonathan, do you want to answer that one? You might be well positioned to do that.
You all, I can't really follow the conversation. So I would need the question to be repeated. By someone like right in front of the mic.
LEAs are facing and spending their money.
I'm sorry.
Jonathan, so the question was, what are the primary challenges that LEAs are facing when it comes to spending?
Oh, yeah. So some of these I think have been pretty well documented. I think there was a real push to do some hiring early on, and have had a really tough time. I think Chad mentioned some of that before. Teachers, as well as focused on sort of bus drivers, food service folks, instructional aides. has been probably most acute in special ed on the teaching side. There's been a real, I think, management capacity and challenge just to create an sort of a series of structures within a district to be able to organize, to be able to make good decisions and move processes forward. So at the same time as HR offices were trying to staff vacancies, were trying to just get school ready for the next year, they were also tasked with now sort of aggressive hiring targets to get folks temporarily in during this time. Some of the procurement challenges I think have been documented. Some of the supply chain challenges have been documented as well. I think there's been, I think, good flexibility in the statute in terms of what allowable expenditures are. It has taken some time, not commenting on DC directly, but I know in some other states, it's taken some time for the SEA to be able to just get out the right guidance and structure to be able to actually facilitate the approval of the expenditure and the approval of the plans.
Thank you.
Can I have a little more to that? Maybe some folks in trouble here, but I feel like this would be a good role of the state board would be to uncover some of this. Talking to the LEAs, talking to the Aussie staff, federal government set it up so the money is the district's money, but it flows through the state. The allowable uses are very flexible, so the districts can do a lot. They had to write plans, but they had to then file for reimbursements to the state. And so there may be some issues that are challenging, and so maybe that's some of the reporting issues that we're seeing, as well as some of the clarifying of what's allowable, what's not allowable. That seems like a communication problem that the state board could weigh in and make sure that both sides are communicating well, getting the money out to students so that they're making good use of the money.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Anybody else? I am running out of time, but Mr. Travers, if you can hear me, was there anything you wanted to add about the Nashville example, what they did to retain teachers? You mentioned that there was some initiative that was focused on retention, but I'm out of time. I'll leave that one.
All right, thank you very much, Representative Whistler. Appreciate that. Next, I think we're going to move over to Vice President Thompson. Oh, my apologies, Representative Chang, and then Vice President Thompson. Sorry.
Thank you. I know I can provide you and still ask my question. It's all been for joining us virtually. Can money be used to pay for structural diversity training for teachers?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen schools here or elsewhere spend that sort of funding? Well, what are some of the ways you've seen schools use this funding to enhance literacy beyond high distance tutoring?
It sounds like Dr. Grant mentioned some of the state initiatives at the outset, so that'd be one place that I'm not as familiar with that. But the other ones that I've seen have been some states have paid or rewarded teachers to go through the letters training, LETRS, the intense training for teachers on the science of reading, and gets them up to speed quickly on what they need to know about teaching. So that seems like a very good use because it is high quality professional development and it gets everyone speaking the same language on literacy in the school so they can get that training.
And it's my understanding that this is a more technical question now for DC that it's something that you need to decide how to spend that funding, right? So beyond the example you gave of evaluation and other side, for something like letters, right? How would we coordinate that effort if we had for teachers across multiple LEAs, or is that really up to the LEAs to decide and say we want to invest in letters?
Yeah, there's a couple ways to do that. So one, the state can invest in it and they can try to target a certain number of teachers from each LEA or each school if they want to. We've also seen some states use their pot of money to encourage districts to buy in. So districts do have ultimate flexibility on their pot of money, but the states have said, here's a sweetener, if you do this particular thing, we will give you extra money, or we want you to do X or Y. Maryland is a really good plan. They outlined 8 different priorities. They gave districts extra money if they chose an articulated plan against those 8 priorities. And so the state essentially used their money to incentivize district leaders.
I have
anything, but I do think this is critical, especially given kids pre-kindergarten grades are the most vulnerable during the pandemic, and that likely has an impact on kindergarten readiness and just the goal.
Thank you, Representative. Now we can Vice President.
I have a couple questions, but I'm going to focus on, I think, 2. One, Dr. Jennings, you said many are left wondering, where is all this money going? I'm one of those people. And it's on, and but maybe I'll get closer or louder. Many are left wondering where all this money is going. I'm one of those people. Is there like a advocacy 101 version that families and parents should be asking?
Coming soon.
Coming soon,
Actually,
okay.
we're actually part of the question. We're seeing the money, we're getting money for the city that first being spent well, but then how get a little more specific on how to spend it. And that's what we want really want to focus on. Same to doing, so how are you spending? Whatever that is.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna look out for this soon. I guess the district level question or the state level question. And I think it was actually Mr. Travers who mentioned that he talked about being able to recalibrate your point, and others can chime in. But can we talk about like what key indicators like we should be looking for when we know like when to recalibrate, and are there certain like benchmarks where we should be checking in? Because my guess is it's not once all the money is spent. That seems a little responsible.
So in the beginning, I mean, looking at what the plans are, there's certain questions we can ask in the beginning of the plan, and that's partly where the correct. So the things spent across the board is going to have to be really close to how you're spending money. First, how are you targeting products? And then definitely in terms of what are the milestones in whatever the intervention is, or whatever you're supposed to be doing some kind of recovery for, where are those milestones, and making sure we have that, so then we can hold you accountable. So in a lot of ways, what ends up happening with these plans is that you have to create from externally your own accountability for your own accountability plan for the plans that are given to you. So and you have to like spend the time to see where those places are, so you're not.
I don't know if anyone else had thoughts.
I think it's like the main outcomes on students, like our students back in school, the high level attendance, chronic absenteeism, things like that. Another thing on the plan, so a lot of plans involve hiring labor, and now that it's all close to the end of September, if districts weren't able to execute on those hiring plans, what's their backup? Oftentimes late hires tend to not be as high quality, and there's disruption to have them throughout the year. So that might call for a change in plan, changing course of direction, and finding a different way to solve that need. So if you're hiring counselors to address student mental health issues, what are other ways you might do that if you can't hire all the counselors that you need to hire? Different things like that. Ways to look at it.
And this might already be going on in DC, but I think some learning across LEAs about what is working well could be helpful, especially within our context and within the same labor market issues and everything. I'm not sure if that's happening already, but sharing out those.
Thank you all. That's pretty much my time. I'm not gonna try to go with the last couple seconds.
Thank you, Vice President Thompson. And as Representative Parker noted, we were short on time earlier for some members. I think Representative Walker gets another minute, so we're going to give you that now.
Thank you. So this is for those of you who most know about what's going on in other places. It's not special ed. We heard so many concerns and complaints during the pandemic instances of the lack of services. What are people doing that's best in that area?
So what we're hearing is a lot of things you've heard, but this is what I mean when I say when we see districts, when they get the money, they're making a plan for how they want to use it. So you have a higher level of special ed students. When you put together your major, you're mapping how you're spending the money, make sure you're targeting it there, and actually we're not seeing that as many places as given when we heard about special ed and some of the other high need groups. And that's like the first step to any of this is again, when we're talking about students, we know which students, what groups of students you're talking about, how that moves is that, and then you pay attention to that one. That's a very good one.
Thank you, Representative Walker. President Sutter.
Thank you. So I want to start because Mr. Alderman is humble and isn't going to mention it, but Representative Chang, if you follow Mr. Alderman on Twitter, you will see his involvement in reading, and you should connect on that. Second, I want to thank everyone for coming today and for sharing this with us. Mr. Travers, you mentioned something during your testimony that I want to ask everyone about. Continuous improvement is something that you all mentioned is important for districts to be thinking about in this process, but it's also something that most districts are not good at. So are there processes or best practices you've seen in places where continuous improvement is already done well, either on ESSER or something else that you think the district might look to for a way we could encourage LEAs to think about their own continuous improvement and plan changes along the way? An easy question.
Well, let me jump in. I can hear you perfectly. It's amazing. I would agree with the premise of the question that this is not something we see done well very often. I would offer some lessons from the Dallas implementation of intercession specifically, and part of an extended time strategy last year, as probably one of the best practices of continuous improvement and implementation adjustment that we're aware of during this ESSER time. We actually have a nice little write-up just profiling the work that they did there on our website. Two things come to mind here. One is they invested a substantial amount of energy in implementation management and continuous improvement. So this was a relatively senior leader allocating almost half of his time for much of last school year to what was admittedly a signature initiative of this past year. They invested in laying out from the beginning what they wanted to know about their implementation so that they could collect the right data. One of the big mistakes that I think we make is we just start moving forward with implementation and then figure out what data we're going to collect on how it's going after the fact. I thought they did a really nice job of just committing to a few questions they were going to answer coming out of each little intercession, each little week-long instructional period over the course of their extended school year. And then the last thing, and so one other thing that I thought was really nice about their approach was they engaged the actual deliverers, the implementers, in the continuous improvement. So they had these rounds of focus group kinds of conversations and survey data that they took at the end of each of the sessions, where they tested very specific things very specific hypotheses they had about what was going to work or not, and then made adjustments along the way. One of the things that is important in what I didn't say is that they were tracking outcomes in real time. That's not something that was feasible, given the nature of the service delivery, and frankly, given the nature of a lot of the service delivery that ESSER funds are going to be spending. What they were doing is understanding the relationship that they saw from research between leading indicators of outcomes, sort of the things coming out of their implementation that they thought would be they knew from research would be leading indicators of outcomes, and then seeing if they were seeing those. And so that's the thing that I think was really interesting. And they've, we're now through to the end of the year, and they actually, I think, had pretty decent outcome. From what we can tell, they had pretty decent outcome data coming out of it, but it wasn't the outcome data that they were looking at to make these continuous improvement decisions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Travers. That's my time. And I think that's our end of our member questions. Yes?
That is correct, President Sutter, unless you wanted to do.
I think we're okay. Okay. Thank you all to all of our witnesses for coming tonight. It's been an extremely thoughtful and helpful conversation on ESSER funds and on ways that the board might take a new role or a different role in making sure these funds really reach the students who are most in need. Thank you so much for all of the time you offered. We'll be sure to follow up with any outstanding questions. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
The state board will now take a 5-minute recess. When we return, we'll welcome our public witnesses. We're also going to use that time to try to fix some of the audio issues we had in the first portion of the meeting. Time for questions.
All right, so just a reminder.
I completely missed it. I don't know what it's about. I felt safe, but I suspect the fly also felt very safe. The flies are fair. I mean,
Wireless mic.
So they didn't get all.
Oh, they did. Oh, yeah. The diet audio is.
Let me know if you need to do anything.
you all for bearing with us while we took a brief recess. We're moving on now to the public comment portion of our evening. At every public meeting, we welcome testimony from public witnesses on education-related matters. This evening, we are thrilled to be welcoming public witnesses back in person to the old council chambers. Your comments will become part of the state board's official record, and if you've already provided written comments to the board, those are on our website. If you, out in public viewing, would like to speak at a future public meeting, please sign up on our website at sboe.dc.gov or contact our staff by email at sboe@dc.gov or by phone at 202-741-0888. Tonight, we will hear from over 20 public witnesses, and we'll have in-person panels of 4 and 1 virtual Zoom panel at the end. Every public witness will have 3 minutes to speak this evening. For those who have joined us in person, thank you. Please note that you must use the microphone at the table. The microphone is already on. The timer light will be green for the first 2.5 minutes of your testimony. Will turn yellow for the last 30 seconds and will turn red after 3 minutes have elapsed. For those of us who have joined virtually via Zoom, we will begin with our in-person witnesses before shifting to all of you. When you speak on Zoom, there will be a timer on your screen if you set your view to gallery mode. After each panel of public witnesses speak, we will pause for questions from board members. Members will have 3 minutes for questions for our public witnesses. Those 3 minutes include their question, comment, and the answer. Mr. Ju will call the public witnesses as well as our question rounds. He will also assist with timing to ensure our witnesses and board members do not exceed their allotted time, but we will likely again manage some technical issues and offer grace as we do that. Mr. Ju, would you begin by asking in-person public witnesses to come forward to the table?
Thank you, President Sutter. Angela Hadley, Julia Jones, Spring Woodell, Rich Hammond, Ben Williams, Lucia Como, Sarah Cole, Gabrielle Dubois,
You called my name, I'm sorry. I didn't know before, Rich, I'm gonna have.
Yes, sir, you can come to the table. We agree. We'll start with, we'll start with you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Good evening, state board members. My name is Ben Williams. I'm a 12th grade government and history teacher at Capital City Public Charter School. And I'm here today because I'm very concerned about staffing shortages around the district. And I also want to weigh in on what I've seen and heard from students regarding student mental health and the upcoming community service requirement. I'd like to start by saying thank you to the board. I appreciate this elected body's work on the issue of teacher and educator retention over the last 4 years, and was heartened to see the OSCE report that expanded public information on the issue. I would like for this body to continue doing the necessary work for the public and continue to prioritize this. As a city, I believe that we need to pass the statewide Data Warehouse Amendment Act that was first introduced in 2019. I was talking with a parent yesterday from Cardozo High School, and she said her biggest concern is ensuring that her daughter receives relevant and engaging instruction. She said that keeping effective teachers is critical to making sure that kids are engaged. I think a big reason for this is building relationships and making sure that kids stay engaged with people that they know. Another parent that I talked to recently, talked about how a veteran teacher helped her son, stay focused on finishing high school and how she worries that kids will fall through the cracks without stable learning environments. Way more can be done on this issue to improve working conditions for teachers, to make sure that we're keeping good teachers in our school, and that I'd like to use some of the time afterwards to explore what elected representatives think are the one or two things that can be done on this issue. I think it's critical for State Board of Education members to be clear on what solutions will work best to solve this crisis. With regards to school-based mental health, my point is simple. We don't have enough counselors for students right now. And according to anecdotal evidence, talking with 3 different counselors at 3 different schools, caseloads are higher than they've ever been. And some students who do not receive counseling on their IEPs are not able to see a counselor. That is unless there's an emergency, but mostly there are challenges with lack. As a city, I think we need a better approach, and I'm curious how the state board can use this position to improve the care that students receive. Finally, I'd like to advocate for a reduced and staggered community service requirement. As the board considers the recommendations from previous meetings, community service is important. And when is that 30 seconds or am I done? Cool. And when done with fidelity, I think benefits the individual and the community. Yet I've seen that many students right now getting back to the school year are incredibly stressed. As we have done the community service, already fulfilled this requirement, and the ones who haven't are still managing work responsibilities, scholarship applications, challenging courses, and just trying to find time to be able to enroll. So I think a 50-hour requirement allows for students to continue to experience the pandemic while still being a student and adult. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis.
Greetings and salutations. Thank you for hearing my testimony tonight. We've heard talked a lot about student wellness. I'd also like to bring teacher wellness to the forefront, specifically with flexible scheduling and teacher wellness. I am Gabrielle DeBose, a teacher in DC and a teacher facilitator with Empower Ed, a teacher voice organization that helps teachers bring their solution to the education establishment in the district. Tonight, I'm testifying to ask the State Board of Education to join with teachers and community supporters to urge the DC Council to resist being indifferent to flexible scheduling and the inclusion of wellness practices for DC schools. Flexibility and wellness are synonymous. The two experiences are inextricably linked. Access to these lifelines for education professionals must be respected and protected. Flexible scheduling is a tremendous tool that can lessen debilitating stress and anxiety and keep teachers in the profession. Stress and anxiety plague our classrooms, which can automatically obstruct a clear path to wellness and learning well. DCPS and public charter schools have averaged between 20 to 30% turnover for the past decade, significantly higher than the urban average of 16 to 19% annually. Support our initiative, demand that the DC Council find funding to add 25 schools each year to flexible scheduling pathways to support teacher wellness. Thanks in large part to COVID money accessible through an OSSI grant, Empower Ed is part of wellness work with 5 schools in the district. That work will expire at the end of this school year and disappear from reality without future funding. We see firsthand that DCPS and charter schools are experiencing the power of wellness. Everyone in the building, administration, teachers, counselors, SPED teachers, and support staff who engage in this important work are effectively collaborating to change the culture of their school. They're planning teacher-led PDs, planning mentoring observation cycles, creating wellness spaces in the building, planning whole staff art expressions, and the list goes on. They know their school and collaborate to bring everyone into a wellness space. Many schools are piloting these ideas, but they need funds to partner with organizations to keep the programs going. Tell the DC Council, please, to provide funding for the longevity of flexible scheduling and teacher wellness. Otherwise, it will be privileged schools that access private funding who will benefit. And we all know how those stories end. We are asking the SBOE to join us by urging the council to find the funds. Schools deserve the space to create work style and lifestyle practices and policies that diffuse the grip of anxiety. Anxiety harms the individual, work relationships, and ultimately the institutions themselves.
Concerned community members in DC agree that it is time for DC's education system to reimagine school environments, support teacher access to flexibility and wellness. Our fear is that DC will continue to lose teachers in record numbers if something is not done to stop the bleeding. We need the DC Council to ensure the funding, otherwise teacher loss will continue and our students will suffer the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Greetings, President Sutter and the State Board of Education members. My name is Brian Reed, and I am a Ward 8 educator in Howard, Minnesota. I'm also a proud school-wide enrichment teacher and a national board certified teacher in the area of exceptional needs. As we consider the great need to retain educators who are highly invested in the growth of our students, I find it important to urge the board to consider how we can celebrate educators on a more consistent basis. This looks like coming into schools like Kramer Middle School and learning more about the great things that we're doing. For example, this past Saturday, UDC came with over 60 volunteers who happen to be veterans and staff and students to read and transform our garden in the front of our school. Thank you to Dr. Reed for stopping by. We appreciate you. And we would love to see more board members do the same. So at Kramer Middle School, we are also centering joy. Educators use their own salaries to make sure that these enrichment programs, like I mentioned before, are possible. Don't you think that we deserve at least a 12% increase, 5% bonus, or a retro pay? Educators who are using their connections within the community to bring in speakers and ensure sustainability of these programs happen every day. Don't you think we deserve student retention, student loan forgiveness? Educators seek out supports to address the varying degrees of trauma that our students experience and our staff members experience. Don't you think we deserve access to project-based learning and centering time for social emotional learning through increased planning time and smaller class sizes? So, distinguished board members, when you advocate for the needs of educators, remember to tell the story of the sacrifice as well as the joy. Tell the story of how educators provide virtual teaching supports to families for over 2 years, plus there was no increase in our pay or a fair contract. Tell the story of triumph, success, and the excellence, and of course, the joy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rich and Karen.
Rich, a minute.
A minute and a half. Thank you.
Okay, my topic is racial equity. In the 1400s, Pope Nicholas declared that every Native American worldwide, lightest skin brown to darkest skin brown, was black of soul, black of spirit, devoid of, what could we say, being saved. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue under the papal bull, the Pope dictate of Pope Nicholas and others, with the mandate to enslave, to steal, to take. Fast forward to the 1800s at Göttingen or Göttingen University, Göttingen, Germany, they developed a system of racism. The hierarchy of racism from bottom to top was black. Added in these days is brown, but then back then it was red. Then there was yellow, and of course the superior race, white. Today in 2022, the media, the state board, nationally, internationally, still uses race labels as if that is something that's great. Like Don't remove all the cancer, let some of the cancer stay, and maybe we'll get better. As opposed to looking at human beings as human civilized beings. They want to help white children feel not white guilt. Well, stop teaching them that they're white. Their skin is white. So what's white is the mindset that we instill in them. We tell our kids, we raise our kids, use your words. From very young, use your words. And then we get to the goal line and we punt. We don't come up with words that recognize and that are directly related to the reality that we want to create in the world, as Gandhi would say. Why? We don't celebrate the African or the African American. There's a board back there of these Native Americans, brown, dark brown, light brown. Those cultures of the different places around the world in Australia, etc., are not celebrated. Why? Because it's just black, it's void. On the other hand, if it's not void, it's white. And it's guilt. As opposed to looking at civil amenity. We cannot have racial equity until we start looking at civil humanity.
Thank you very much. We will now turn to member questions. I'm going to turn to Representative Reed, who's joining via Zoom first, if she has any questions for the panel.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to come in to testify. This question is for Ms. Reed. Good to see you on Saturday. I know your testimony is related to teacher pay, as well as the joy that children are experiencing at Kramer. But I do want to get some of our conversation on the record related to budget, as this is one of the there was just an education hearing I was telling you about related to budget, and I think your comments from your colleague were key. Can you elaborate or briefly talk about some of the influx that you experience of students throughout the year, those key points of the key times of the year where you see increases of students come into DC public schools? And I'll also open up to also the panel, because I see some educators there.
Thank you for your question. So this weekend we were discussing about the times when we get an influx of students because they're coming from charter for a lot of reasons. Sometimes the students come around testing time, and then we have to we really didn't have an opportunity to educate them through our doors, but we have to test them. So they go on our books for that. And then around October, we also get more students.
And I also heard you said spring around park testing time, you usually see an increase. Yeah. Anyone else? Got it. Anyone else want to weigh in? That's the only question I have.
Not necessarily. I haven't really seen that in numbers at Duke Ellington, but I would not be surprised that there is some element of that as well, especially closer to like part-time, when we have received some students and but not in large numbers.
I don't have anything additional to add based on what Mr. Boyce and Ms. Reed said.
Thank you. I yield the remaining of my time.
Thank you, Representative Reed. I'll now turn to our student representatives to see if they have any questions. Representative Erskine.
I think I have two questions. I'll ask them both at the same time. I was wondering if this is way schedule flexibility and I'm not sure I can, but I get what you're talking about with the moments. But I think this question is part of the Thank you for both your questions. I'll start with flexible scheduling. I appreciate that because oftentimes it seems like very abstract.
And so we need to bring it into where it is a concrete situation where we can actually plan flexible scheduling. So on school campuses, for example, it can look like, well, during quarantine, we had the Wednesdays, where classes were not meeting. And so teachers had a chance to meet with students on those Wednesdays and actually create small group learning, one-to-one sessions to help our children recover from any learning loss that was happening. It was also a day where teachers could meet with parents that were more accessible on those Wednesdays during the daytime, having virtual meetings. Now we're back in person, it can look like within the hours of the day, giving teachers the time to do the mentor observing of other teachers in the building so that younger teachers can, newer teachers can learn from better teachers. So flexible scheduling means that we're not trying to mandate every teacher and every student into a box because that's not how humans learn best. And so one thing quarantine did teach us during COVID is that when we are flexible with what we produce as humans, the quality is still good. And so the beauty of flexible scheduling and wellness is that it gives the teachers, it gives the administration, the campuses a chance to look at what particular flexible scheduling model works with their campus, for their student population, who they know best. And they know those that are furthest from opportunity that can benefit from flexibility within the teacher schedule and the students as well. Thank you. And then my second question was kind of, yeah. And I'm just connecting with the counselors and wellness.
Yeah, I can go first with it. Thank you for the question. I would add on to what Mr. Boyd said that by giving schools the autonomy to implement flexible scheduling, you know, there's a lot of different models that can be explored, but looking at, 75% of a teacher teaching can free them up to be able to meet other needs in the schools and meet other needs within the job. And then teachers are at different places in their career, right? So being able to take, someone's taught 5 years versus 10 years versus, 4 years, and leverage expertise in different ways that can be really useful. Your question, I think, in terms of school culture, like whether or not a school promotes like caring for the teachers understand that. So just teachers need to know where the resources exist, and then also kind of have a time value, because workload is one of the main reasons that teachers are leaving the profession. So if we are able to balance the workload and make sure that teachers have a menu of options that they can pursue independently, I imagine there would be particular research that would support that helpful managed mental health. And then Empowered also has a variety of educator wellness programs that have been effective so far in supporting particular schools.
Thank you. Representative Washington.
Say my name. My name.
Oh, no, I was saying, could you please clarify and restate your name, please?
Oh, my main point.
Yes.
Okay, so, and yeah, okay, so in Latin, the word for black is niger, or anglicized in English, nigger. In Spanish, the word is negro. In Portuguese, it's negre. And in English, the translation for black is fifth-class citizen, meaning after white, after yellow, after red, after the new brown race, and then black. And that's how these people are treated. And so, as a person thinks, when we keep calling them black and black and black and void and black, so that's that point right there. We can easily recognize that we are brown people, beautiful brown people, beautiful pastel peach people, beautiful tan people. We need to start being in reality of who we are, where our cultures are from, and celebrate those things. And then the second part of your question. what could the board do from a policy? From a policy standpoint, it starts with, there's been a fight going on since the 1700s with the US Census of utilizing race labels to segregate people. And within our schools, kids are automatically segregated at preschool based on whites, black. Right? They've kind of erased the yellow and red, but as a policy, we as a people need to put more pressure on the US Census to change those race labels, change the words so that we can start putting in ideologies and ideas of unity, humanity, civility. Thank you for your questions. It was very good.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Washington. Representative Wages, did you have any questions? Okay. Right now we will move to Representative O'Leary.
Yes, y'all followed up on this after a conversation about billions of dollars that are out there. And I know that all of you feel the pressure of being a teacher and not being paid equitably. And that money that is going to the school can't take yourself. All right, but can be used for flexibility of scheduling. It can be used for altering the community service requirements. It can be used for a lot of things in the building that need to be fixed. Because no one mentioned how many of our buildings in the district at the beginning of school, when they had all summer to work on the HVAC system, the water, all these other things, haven't been fixed. And those monies can be used for that. Or they can be used to force the city council to make sure that they're fixed. Because when you're talking about flexibility of scheduling, which is incredibly important, but it's something that goes against the grain of traditionalism. If nobody wants to fix anything, we had all this time during the pandemic to change education in the District of Columbia. When everyone went back into the classroom, all they were looking for is to go back to the old style. And that's not working. Okay, so how can we help you do that?
I'm not going to take all the time because I really could go on, but I do thank you for your question and comment that you put to us as educators in the building. And so off the top of my head, I can think about with regards to flexible scheduling and allowing teachers to carve out time over the course of your school day to actually be able to create learning environments coming right out of the class. I know the students and the needs that they have. And I'm ready to start creating moments where those students can actually have in this small group and create learning environments for them. But I'm rushed off to a meeting, I'm rushed off to something else as next. And so I've lost that intellectual property in the moment. Whereas if I had an hour or two within the course of my school day, where perhaps a substitute paid to come in to cover my classes, I can then as a classroom teacher take the time that I need to actually design learning environments where children can really learn. I'm someone who refers to data as the children themselves. I know numbers have their place, and I'm not really impressed with numbers because what I'm interested in is the schoolhouse being the place where flexibility is critically important in terms of teachers creating learning environments to meet students where they are. We can say that all day long and twice on Sunday. But it takes time for teachers to have space and place and room to create those moments to meet students where they are. Can't pull it out of the hat. And so with all the mandates on teachers, it works completely against the purpose and intent of teachers who are there to teach with purpose. Further, with regards to the money and how it can help us in the school,
to pay contracting, partner organizations that want to come into the school and maybe, you know, embark the kids upon internships and project-based learning. Those kinds of things is where the school can really use that money to contract with community members so that we can really work together, because the focus should be the child. It should be the children and not the bureaucracy. It should be the children.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Willard. We're going to move to Representative Wamper.
Hi, I have a quick question for Mr. Williams and then a broader one. The quick one for Mr. Williams is on community service. As you know, we're talking about it, and I was very happy to hear kind of Grant talk about the different ways in which there's going to be discussion about how to alter the requirements, make them more possible to meet for students that have other competitions for their time. What I don't think I heard was that they should be reduced, and I know there were people on the board that did think they should be reduced, and I know that was a recommendation from before, and I think you were saying that, so I just want to give you 30 seconds to say something about that, if I understood that right.
Yes, I do think they should be reduced right now. I think we're kind of coming back from a place where, especially for this senior class, this is the first time they've like, know what it's like to be in the building for over 2.5 years. And half of their high school education was online. So I think that, kind of coming back and just making sure that they have time to be able to do the other really. Yes.
That's part of staggering it, so
Right.
that's fine, I really wanted. What about after the pandemic's over, should we be reducing the number of hours in the long run? I've heard that from a lot of people in the past.
It's a good question. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that right now. Okay.
That's fine.
Other people might go.
All right, then my next question is Mr. Bose, which is just this in terms of your promoting the flexible scheduling legislation, or that you hope will become legislation in front of the council. And my understanding of it was that it was mainly to give teachers time off, but the way you're talking about it, it's much more about changing the way teachers use their hours. So I wanted to give you a chance, that 1 minute and 6 seconds.
So no, I think it's a misnomer to think that flexible scheduling is to afford teachers with time off. Teachers don't have time off. I've been teaching since Jesus law for over 30 years. I take home work home with me all the time. I see kids home with me in my mind, in my heart, and my spirit, my soul all the time. So flexible scheduling affords teachers the time to think and to breathe, and to create environments where kids can learn. And so the flexible time within my school will allow me to be the educator that I've always been, and to help train newer teachers to understand what it means to actually meet children where they are. So it's not time off. It would be social bond. We'd be working still, but not having mandates on us that take us out of what our purpose and intent is to be in the building in the first place.
I know your first name is Ryan. I'm sorry, I can't say your last name. If you want to take 2 seconds.
Yes, so Pembroke Middle School does have a flexible schedule. So when I was talking about the board members coming, it's because we do have a lot of those things already in place. We would love to work and for you to know how to work.
Thank you. Representative Patterson.
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you for working hard, because I had pretty much the same question. I want a little clarity on flexibility. Thank you guys for providing. Second, I want to thank each and every one of the educators. Usually be dedicated to children. After such a pandemic, I know that as an educator, I talk for every day. I know your job. Very difficult job. I don't have to do, so I have so much respect for each and every one of you that still stay on the job and promise to get in the past. What I would like to ask, and I take this back to what we had for you, account for you. Are you really feeling any of the funding that someone that has $1 in your respective lateral at your school? And if so, can you tell me how? Because we just had a great conversation on the floor about all this money that's being spent or not being spent. I want to know from you as an educator in the classroom, are you feeling any of it?
And I'll get it to
I was literally thinking the same things.
That's the mic. It's been a long time. Okay, so my last major professional job was as a educational liaison with Garrett in Los Angeles, doing the state curriculum and things of the sort. And I was a liaison for consistency management, which was a program that looked at making the classroom setting and the school run efficiently, consistently. And we're at a state board meeting, we're talking about the usage of the money, and that the money can't be used to pay teachers for this and that and that. Who votes on it? Who makes those stipulations? Who advocates to be able to use that money in a way that's productive to give teachers the leeway to be able to be more flexible, that can do better help the children? Who does it? And if we know who does that, we hold those people accountable and make those responsibilities.
I think I have a we don't get to make that decision. We get to have more input into that.
But we know who does. We know who does.
But again, I appreciate each and every one of you guys for what you do every single day dedicated to our family.
Because no, we're not.
Thank you, Representative Patterson. Representative Parker, any questions? All right. Representative Gasoy. Representative Gasoy.
Sorry. Thank you for being here, and thank you for you. So I will start with you, Ms. Du Bois, with the flexible scheduling. Can you explain what the funding is needed for? Is it staff? Is it, what is it?
I honestly think it's gonna be an array of staff, resources, community partners. Again, I want to go back to a point I tried to make earlier, which is every school's campus is different. And so if I think Ben mentioned a menu that is possible, a menu of choices, where schools can choose where the flexible schedule will most benefit their campus. I think we want to be careful about nailing it down to only four particular areas, because that may have us circle back to where we were before. So being flexible and being able to be flexible with the hours over the course of the school day, or the number of school days over the week, or bringing in community partners, creating more outdoor learning spaces, those kinds of things, flexibility, and not always having to be inside the schoolhouse for every single lesson. So flexibility is one of those things, again, it's like an abstract now it's out there. And so we'll take time to actually put it into credible terms to make it more tangible.
Okay, so I just want to go back and make sure I understand what you're saying is the funding would be used differently by different schools based on how they define or how they define the needs related. Okay. Also, just a clarifying question. I know that this advocacy is based on input you all collected from educators here in CC. Was the question specifically what will make you stay, or what did you know that?
One of the questions we did out to the community was how should DC retain good teachers, because we're losing teachers. And so I hope the Teachers Day came into the conversation from community members, because they acknowledge that there's a lot of active parenting, people have their kids at home and they have to teach them. They understood more intimately with the job of teacher. So they appreciate the fact that teachers need assistance and support. And they understood that without that, teachers on exactly what we're seeing right now, leaving the profession. So yes, a lot of the questions we put to the community had to deal with teacher retention and flexible scheduling, came out of those conversations.
So again, I'm just clarifying, the advocacy around the flexible scheduling is specifically in response, or it's a, way of retaining. Thank you.
Representative Chang. Thank you. I think that brings us to Vice President Thompson.
Keep thinking it's my go. I keep thinking it's my go, and it's not my go. I actually have said two things. I had a similar question to Representative Gasoy, because I think I'm struggling to understand. I understand the argument for flexible scheduling, and I'm trying to understand like the cost increase. Right, like, because I do know that a lot of student partners come in during the day, and we pay people to do a lot of things. And so I'm wondering, is it an increase in the number of partners and the number of services, or is it that we actually need to do things differently? And so, I'm curious. I want to understand, because if asked, I need to be able to answer.
Yeah, 100%. And full transparency, I'm still in the process of figuring it out too.
Yeah.
I think that I wouldn't want to devalue staffing, right? So like if you have a team, like part of it is to avoid teacher burnout. You know, so if you have a teacher who wants to be able to teach instead of 2 reps, 1 rep, you know, the school is going to need to hire someone else to make sure that they have a class staff. If a school is having a principal, an assistant principal that is also taking on an instructional coach role, or is also taking on a scheduling role, is wearing 3 hats because teachers are overstretched, and you know the money we can use to make sure that the workload for people is appropriate and targeted, and then they can bring on more people to divide roles for what should be a normal workload. So I mean, I don't think it's just for staffing, but I do think that staffing is a critical part of this, and I think it goes hand in hand with the school culture. Because one of the main problems is that, like, you know, even if you have the money, right, to improve staffing and hire more people, you don't make schools attractive, then you're not gonna, you know, be able to hire people. We're seeing a lot of places even struggle just to fill positions right now. So I think it's gotta be a comprehensive approach. This is one thing that, you know, teachers in the world saw so many people be able to work in different ways, and we want to be able to have education involved in that way.
Yeah, so I guess and I'm happy to talk offline about this. I'm less confused about the why. Right, like my mom was a teacher up until the end of last year. She retired. I'm less confused about the why. I'm more confused about like getting the mechanics right. And I'm also curious about why it has to be legislated.
What part do you think has to be legislated?
No, I thought I heard in the testimony it said support the legislation before the council. Did I hear wrong? Okay, thank you.
And may I take like 5 seconds?
No, because I'm out of time. I gotta yield. Somebody else might loan some time.
Okay, thank you.
I think Representative Wade just actually had a question, so I'm going to turn to him first.
I have a question for Mr. Williams. So I heard you when you first got up the panel, I heard you talk about community service, right? So just to give community service hours, not get adjusted to 50, do you think there's anything you can do? I've been informed that there are a good amount of community service hours, community service opportunity to earn. There are a lot of opportunities to earn community service hours, but it isn't well broadcasted. Do you think this is true? And if so, how do you think we can spread it around?
It's a great question. I think that it's gonna look different in different schools, but I do think it needs to be like a focus. I think that some schools have particular coordinators, like internships. Our school has like advisors, so the role will fall particularly on like an advisor to make sure everyone has a plan. I think that students, like obviously schools is responsible for being that requirement, like the individual responsibility. But I think like college counseling offices can do a lot to be able to make sure that people can go in and just see what nonprofits are located near the school. And the school should be able to like work with the surrounding community so that like community service is meaningful. You know, like part of it is just figuring out what the needs are and what is meaningful work that can be done. So I agree with your main point though, that I think the resources need to be decentralized. Students need to be able to know who they can go talk to, but it shouldn't just solely fall. Because some students are motivated, right? So some students need that kind of push in that relationship to figure out what will be a good use for their time.
Any other questions, Representative? Okay. President Sutter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for raising the community service question, and thank you to our students for engaging on this already. I will say I am pleased that when Dr. Grant met with Vice President Thompson and I, we talked a lot about this question of the qualitative nature of what are we allowing students to count and how has it been communicated from the state level? What counts as community service? So like, if I serve at my church, community service. If I sing in the choir, could it be community service? Are there ways that we could better explain to students what it is to be deeply engaged with your community and how that might be able to be counted? So I'm very excited for the ongoing conversation. Ms. Reed, I actually wanted to give you some time to talk to us about what the flexible scheduling looks like at Kramer, because I'm in the same boat as Vice President Thompson, which is like, I'm 100% there for it. And I'd love to hear a little bit about how it's currently being piloted at Kramer.
So currently, every single Monday, the students have an opportunity at 1:20 to participate in different activities with community partners. But also throughout that day, teachers have the day off for time to participate in more collaborative in completing IEPs, all the different tasks that they might not be able to do throughout the week. They have that time on Monday, and the students as well participate in town halls. We also have a new program, kind of like, Hives, where, how Harry Potter has different houses. So we have that system at Kramer now. So they do the Hive game and in town hall. They also have SEL work for bringing in Black students from Howard University to come and speak to our students about self-care and wellness. So we do those kinds of things on Monday, as well as give the teachers time for collaborative planning, etc. and meet all the different requirements that we have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reed. I can. Okay.
Some other ideas that we don't have currently, but I think would be beneficial, is to have students as co-curricular designers of what learning should look like for them to make sure that our population.
I so appreciate that. And I know we all on the board get smarter all the time when our students are involved in the work. Mr. Booth, the question I have for you, and we can follow up offline if we run out of time. How might that look differently in a high school setting?
Appreciate what Ms. Reed was sharing. I would say that again, I'm gonna go back to the Wednesdays when we had it on. That Wednesday can be used in similar fashion for teachers to be able to collaborate, staffing curriculum together, and have the flexibility to be able to actually get that work done. And also bring it in the outside groups to work with the students all on the Wednesday because we're not in regular classes. So that Wednesday was very beneficial to high school students and teachers and families at that time. The funding issue that I brought up was with regards to the wellness. So when I started with my testimony, I talked about flexible scheduling, how flexible scheduling and wellness go together. So being able to work with schools, being able to work with outside groups like Empower, having the budget to do that, to create wellness environments within your school. That's what the budget issue came in with regards to my section tonight, not really classes.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. We will move to our next round of public witnesses. We appreciate you being here this evening. Senorita Lake, Dominique Moore, Karen Casker, Laura Fuchs, Dana Richard,
Witnesses, before you begin, we're hearing from DC Cable Television that they're not always able to hear folks. So if you speak as close to the microphone as you can, we'll be sure that your questions are also picked up by the folks watching from home.
We'll begin with you.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's been a long night, so I'm going to see how fast I can get through this. Good evening. My name is Karen Casker. I am a DC resident and a DC guest employee. Thank you all for your time this evening. Many of my colleagues and community members around will speak about the need for a new WCW. As part of that, many people will talk about compensation. I'm totally in compensation matters. But for this, I give your time tonight, I'd like to talk about some other things in the contract that can benefit both teachers and as a result students in the district. First of all, I'd like to point out that I graduated from college almost 20 years ago, and this contract reads as though I studied in college. With lines like the chancellor and the president of the WTU will agree to a cooperative agreement to ensure that each teacher has a computer. Not will have a computer, but they'll work, right? It also states that we will create an instructional technology plan that will include strategies to acquire a sufficient number of computers for student use. Not every student will have a computer, not work to one-to-one or to-one, but we'll come up with a plan that maybe a student will have an opportunity to play Oregon Trail on Apple once a week. Right? The contract needs a lot. 5 minutes of prescription, and I think that would benefit yes. As a whole, in the educators and the students. Number one, as I started with, increased technology training, and ongoing support for teachers, which would also benefit students. There should not be a technological divide between schools and the district, and there is. There's a technological divide between what is provided to the teachers and what is provided to students. And the WTU agreement is one way that we can eliminate that. So the word email is currently not written in our contract, neither is social media. There's nothing for teachers in either one of those. Once again, the contract needs to be focused on. Number 2, promote safety and facilities. Referring back to what Representative Leas said earlier, the safety in schools today is a huge issue. Why is that not a huge topic of conversation for our country? That is also facilities, we should have HVAC connections. Number 3, retain teachers. Put things in their life. Teachers can have their students, their children go to schools in which they teach. That would win over a lot of teachers for retention. Also promote DC residency within DC. A staff arrangement for teachers is only 4 days a year. I've lost more than 4 students in a year and was not able to take leave properly ignoring the students because of my number 5, be responsible for our communities, our student community and our needs. There is nothing in our contract about ESL, ELL, or emerging by rules. None in the contract. Our contract also mentions 0 tolerance. We know that that's an outdated policy. We also serve DCPS serves approximately 46,000 active students. We know these students need additional counselors, social workers, etc. And we are going to find that and not taken into account in our contract. So apologies for speaking through the end of that, but hopefully I gave you all some practical things that we really into DCPS and what's our contract. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes?
Firstly, the Washington Teachers Union deserves a fair contract now. Unions and DCPS have faced relentless pushback and delay from the mayor and her team that has resulted in out-of-date contracts that do little to support educators in doing their work with students. Clearly, mayoral controls failed us in every way possible. Knowing full well that the DCSBOE has no formal power to secure us a contract, I'm here today to make sure educator voices are heard. All of us are sick and tired of being neglected and ignored. Look at the CSOs who have been on security for 12% raise and have been offered to be paid for hours they worked outside their contract. Something all teachers have to do with zero offers and compensation. Look at ASME and our teacher aides who are making poverty level wages for performing extremely valuable work for our students. Young and inspiring teachers need our support. How do we expect them to stay when they see how they are being treated by the district? All of us are reaching our breaking points. Losing teachers to other districts is becoming the norm. Losing teachers here has already begun. Enough is enough. Now is the time for the community to come together. The demands that our district be better by our teachers. Mayor Bowser needs to treat all her workers with respect. All elected leaders need to use their power to amplify the call. You cannot sit idly by. Only by standing together can we demand the changes we deserve. Reach out to the mayor's office directly and tell her that our educators in DCPS deserve a fair contract now. Argue with the chancellor, Austin superintendent, and Tammy that we cannot continue down the path we are on and expect different results. Lift up the voices of our educators and demand that the mayor participate in mediation in good faith. Correct the wrongs of the past and ensure that we have the time and resources we need to serve our students. Otherwise, we will continue to see the district hemorrhage good educators who look for their respect in neighboring districts or other professions entirely. Nothing is more important than a classroom teacher. That is what we hear at nauseam when it comes to teaching and learning, and we are consistently treated with disrespect from those in power. Time for a new era. Realize that our power is always in our labor, and currently educators are just walking away. Our call is for you to stand with us and demand a fair contract now. Listen to your educators, need your help.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Mr. Richard?
Good evening, President Sutter, Superintendent Grant, board members, and student representatives of the board. Gamer Star, Board 4, member of the EC Mayor's Advisory Committee on Developing Girls Scholastic Wrestling Programs and an advocate for DCPS schools and athletics. I'm here 2022 50th anniversary of federal Title IX to testify in support of a state board resolution urging full sponsorship of DCPS girls scholastic wrestling teams. This is in the inaugural 2022-23 official season of wrestling at the DCPS Congress Board. By operation of at least local Title IX laws and under circumstances, wrestling could be reintroduced as a DCPS girls team championship and varsity sport. However, it was recently discovered DCPS selected funds or plan for DCPS girls wrestling teams in the inaugural season. Uncorrected, this would set a terrible precedent, potentially delaying DC girls teams for years. Girls sports do matter. In 2015, the DC mayor signed into law the DC Athletic Equity Act of 2015. The Education Committee report sets forth its purpose: to improve the District of Columbia's low athletic participation rates, particularly for girls, and inequitable programmatic offerings. Following passage of the Act in 2017, DCPS reinstated to DCPS middle school's three missing sports, wrestling, swimming, and lacrosse. Initially and appropriately planning each as girls' team and championship sports grades 6 through 12. In February 2022, DCPS announced the return of high school wrestling, but with no mention of or funding for girls' teams. Given it's 2022, it could not possibly be due to ignorance of the status of wrestling as a girls' team sport. It does reveal continuing gross gender inequity in the DCPS sports program. DC was planning to reintroduce wrestling in 2022 as a boys' sport, a co-ed sport, meaning girls practicing but not necessarily competing, and not only against boys. No budget or plan for girls' teams. Yet there are enough DCPS schools participating in wrestling to establish girls' wrestling leagues and girls' competition settings.
You are over time, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'm going to turn to Representative Reed to see if she has any questions.
Just a comment, Mr. Richard, if you don't mind, I don't mean
Hold on
to give you
one
any
second,
homework.
Representative Reed.
Okay.
Okay, Representative Reed.
Okay, is this okay? You can hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Mr. Richard, I don't mean to give you any homework, but if you don't mind, could you submit that statement that you read?
Yes.
Could you? Thank you. I'm having audio, but I thought I heard Title IX, Equity in Girls Sports, and I want to make sure I can read it. So if you can submit that, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Representative Reed. To the student representatives, Representative Bernstein.
Thank you so much for the testimony. I have a question. For my
They're not, there's four different candidates working with yes, teachers, and custodial period. Asking as my office workers, as well as our professional fees. CSO is all the options, and WTW is pretty much all of them through social work. And so Social Security members, they're not in any union, they're currently trying to join the WTU, but I'm not really sure of the status of that.
Representative Washington.
Hi, I have a question for Ms. Massacre. Can you please give an example of what it seems to be? Yes, there is not the 3 years program, which is focused on sexual health. So what would your idea be? Thank you so much. So there's two things. I think number one, I do see using the WT contract as a way of enforcing and holding DGS to a higher standard. And one huge thing, as someone who has been through many lockdowns at schools, and yesterday was a rough day for a lot of schools across the country. Having working PA systems, having working radios. I was in school where we waited 3 months for the radios to be synced so that they could actually use it as a school. So those are some of the things. Having appropriate communication, having, yes, actually, we're second hills to have, having sufficient training for security guards, having sufficient training for our behavior staff, so our behavior techs, etc. Additionally, continuing to train educators in de-escalation techniques and how to model or how to prevent a lot of issues. Another thing that we don't really want to talk about, but also exists in DC is gang violence. And it is very difficult right now to get gang violence prevention workers in schools that help people identify when students are being recruited for gangs, when students are entering into gangs, how we can help students exit the gangs. So those are just some of my ideas for safety that I think we're gonna have time to.
Representative Wages.
I want to go to question to, Casper. You mentioned briefly that you feel like teachers should, be able to have their children inside the building, right? Like, attend the same school that they work in. How do you think this will work? Can you elaborate on that? Because a lot of things I feel that won't be very beneficial. I mean, it will be beneficial in some ways, but it also cause another hazardous problem because I know that it is dangerous in schools and kids often have various scuffles in the building and parents come to the school and the first thing they think about is defending their children. And so it will interfere with their work, the place they work at, their job, and the child's ability to be in the school. So how do you think that will work?
That's a really big question. I do want to start by saying I don't have children, so I would want to defer this to someone who does. But I did bring that idea from another WTE member who said this would staying. I do think, to your point, that goes back to the security question and how we train teachers in de-escalation and escalation and things like that. Because I have seen that as an issue, but I think there is training and such that can go into preventing that problem. But I also think that lots of our schools are large enough that there's not going to be a whole lot of interaction between the student and the parent potentially. But I wanted to raise it as a point that was brought up by other WTE members that said that if they could have preferential treatment for their student to be in the same school, it would allow them, for example, to get to school on time. I have 2 coworkers who have struggled to make it on time because they're waiting for their child to get picked up by a bus or because, before care doesn't open until the same time the teacher's supposed to be at work and you can't be dropping your child off at the same time that you're arriving at work. Same thing with pickup, same thing with vacations and such, making sure that those are all things acceptable.
Do you think that even like a good amount of training, you think that will actually work? Because when you're a parent, the first thing that comes out regarding the children, you want to protect them. So do you think that when the training goes out of, do you think all that training goes out the window as soon as something happens with regards to somebody's kid, or do you think it will actually be beneficial and they will consider the training over their children at a moment?
I think I would hope that most teachers would not want to get involved in a fight involving students. I get that we want to support our students and protect them, but we are trained not to engage in a fight. So if something were to happen, hopefully it's training and making sure there aren't kind of additional, like the teacher with the student in the school is being talked to, but I don't think. I'd be surprised, honestly, if it's a big issue for teachers, and if it is, then there's a lot maybe we have to do together with our fellow educators to make sure that we are maintaining that.
Thank you, Representative Wages. Representative O'Leary.
So, I really appreciate it. Leaders of the city for the past 2.5 years have been praising educators for their professionalism, dedication, and competence. And now the teachers are the only public servants in the city without a contract, and they're working without a living wage. So respect seems to have blown out the window once schools opened this year. And now the leaders are in denial of all of the things that happened in the last 2.5 years. You know where I'm coming from, because I was a teacher forever. But there are so many things wrong right now with the schools and their facilities. You mentioned some of them at Woodson. happening at Woodson. And, your voices are not gonna be not heard here. We will be fighting for you. The system needs to react positively to the fact that they've lost more teachers this year, last year than ever before. And that it's because of the lack of support for financial and physical support in the buildings. What can we do to help?
I mean, right now, we're in mediation, so like the clock is starting ticking. And the problem that we have is that the mayor did not negotiate in good faith with her team in that mediation process. And she decides to just automatically reject what we bring, which is what we suspect is going to happen. It's gonna go to an arbitrator. At that point, it removes voices like parents and mine from the process, 100%. Part of that's on our union, but a lot of that's on the district. And it'll be that the arbitrator gets to decide for us. There's no vote. We don't get any voice at all in our contract. It'll just get decided by an arbitrator. We just need people to put pressure on the mayor. That's not an acceptable outcome. That's what DCPS has signaled that they want. They did it before the process even began, and it's not acceptable. WT members will be allowed to read the contract and vote on it, but she's probably not going to allow her team to negotiate in good faith in that space. And it's going to push it to an arbitrator and remove members entirely from having a voice in their contract. And that's not acceptable. So we need people to tell them that.
Thank you.
And just very quickly, the fact that there is nothing agreed upon at this point does indicate that there was a lack of good faith.
Thank you very much. Representative Wachter.
Gonna keep going to the microphones. Representative Washington. Okay. First of all, thank you very much to those of you. I want to say, I think it's a great idea to get the contractors the right. They give the yeah. Terrible. And he had the person speaking directly to HVAC. Also been talking about others. It may be of interest to others. Explain why it is. Then the second thing that we are wishing to see poor valuation leads so directly to termination. And people may first hear that, say, well, you're 14 people terminated. And in some cases, maybe yes, but part of what it does is enormous pressure, because a lot of the evaluation, most of it, all of it, most of it, totally subjective. So it's an enormous amount of pressure on the teachers to go along with what they're asked to do. And a lot of people have tied it to the graduation scandal that we had, the suspension scandal that we had, because people in the schools didn't feel like they were being pushed back. So pick one of those and just say other things that people might.
So again, just on the first one, it's not going to be automatic to go to arbitration. But basically, once the contract has expired, you have 180 days. Now we've obviously really past that. But technically, starting at 180 days, either side can say we're at an impasse, and that will then head to FERC, Public Employee Relations Board, and start the potential process towards arbitration. And usually, so DCPS tried it after 3 years. They basically said, we're done. We want to go to arbitration. The Educator did say we need to go to mediation. That's my understanding. I'm not the one on the team, but that's how it's explained to us. They said we need to go to mediation. That starts the clock that by law last 30 days. I'm not sure if that calendar is working. I guess it's working. And then basically at the end of that, If there's no agreement, then it goes to the arbitrator, then they've got like 45 days to present their side and the arbitrator makes the call, but that means no vote. If mediation is successful, then there's a tentative agreement, that comes back from members who do get the vote. Now, if you vote no, I'm not sure if that is, that would get kicked to arbitration, that's where I don't quite understand. But it's all a legal process. And it impacts the variable, so we can't negotiate them.
Thank you very much, Representative Wong. Representative Patterson.
Thank you. Mr. Richard spoke earlier, so if I may answer some. If you could read the last bit of your testimony, or that you did not get to read, so that it may have some questions that I have around. Or if you.
Thank you, I'd be happy to do that. There are enough teams to develop girls' leagues at both the middle school and the high school level, so this is an enormous opportunity for DC. It's a novel sport for both boys and girls, so you bring it back in 2022, you must fund it. You must sponsor it as a girls' team championship varsity sport. To do otherwise would not appear to be legal, and a really bad idea too, because of the loss of opportunities. Wrestling is a foundational sport that develops skills in all other sports. It's the oldest sport. It enhances academic performance. It's a sponsored high school sport in every U.S. state, now finally in DC. And it's also optimal for developing self-defense skills, especially for girls. Maybe why it's so popular for girls now. Wrestling is the fastest growing sport for girls and women in U.S. schools, K through college. It is the newest NCAA sport in 2020 for women in all three divisions, with dramatic growth of scholarship opportunities for women. Over 130 colleges, including Marymount now in Arlington, have a wrestling as an NCAA sport for women. Consequently, the mayor, seeking athletic equity and fair shot for the DC girls, launched the Mayor's Advisory Committee on Developing Girls Scholastic Wrestling Programs. Its purpose being to model some of the most successful girls scholastic wrestling teams in the U.S. in order to make the DCPS program successful. Until the local school system, the largest LEA DCPS funds and sponsors girls wrestling teams, no girls in DC public, private, or charter schools have a fair shot at participating in the newest DCPS girls sport, the newest women's NCAA sport. Until this is promptly corrected, athletic equity is rendered impossible in DC schools. Therefore, DCPS, the DC mayor, DC council are urged to collaborate on promptly ensuring full adequate funding for girls wrestling teams among the participating 16 DCPS schools in the inaugural season upcoming this winter. And to ensure DCPS fully and separately sponsors wrestling as a girls team championship and varsity sport they have separate weight classes and with their own uniforms, competitions, schedules, etc., and their own coaches.
Just going back to Johnson's for overtime, what you're really asking us for is to make sure that they adhere to the law, because right now they're violating the Title IX. Is that correct?
I would say that that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Patterson. Representative Parker.
Thank you all for your testimony. For the benefit of the public, I would like to ask rapid fire questions to the teachers, just so that we get clarity on things. I would also just say, I think it's pretty shameful that contractors that here, and we discussed tonight just many of the reserves that we have here in the district. And while I know it's not all about money, I do think it just speaks to our commitment to building back from the pandemic. So what would be different with the contract versus where we are now?
It's hard to know, not knowing exactly what's being negotiated, behind closed doors, but, you know, obviously, compensation in this place has been a problem. So it is a problem for our members. I think also hopefully some of the language is tightened up instead of a lot of shoulds, it was some shall. That's next, we have some actual concrete things to know about.
I would also, as a rapid fire answer, give, say staff morale, teacher morale. Teachers would feel more valued, and yeah, that means huge.
From district leaders, we often hear that the impact is because teachers want more money. How would you characterize the reason why we have routine?
As I said before, the fact that there is nothing tentatively agreed upon that has been shared by the side does mean that that's not the case. If they had said, we agree on articles 1, 5, 7, but we're still debating article 2 on compensation, then I think that that might be a valid argument. But they have said that they agree on nothing. And I gave some pretty basic things that they should be able to agree on.
Well, how can the public help understand this out?
I mean, right now, it seems like the WQ is calling on people to contact the mayor directly and let her know it's unacceptable for mediation to not be acceptable. I mean, at this point, we're in mediation, so we need them to participate in that and not just with the intention of making it go straight to arbitration.
Is the mayor in the mediation or is it a channel? So should they reach out to the chancellor and the mayor or just the?
I mean, the mayor in the end, everybody's pretty clear about that. Yeah. Concessions is just so cute, like delayed, it's like, oh, we gotta go back to this person, to that person. It's like, even the chancellor's like, well, I gotta wait to hear with the mayor. So in the end, she's the one who's there.
And I'll end on, what do you fear is the consequence if we don't reach it?
Additional students not having what they need, more teachers leaving the profession, more teachers going to other school districts, our facilities continue to be for safety and security.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I would have this done. Thank you, Representative.
I'm gonna try to do that too. So, what, sorry. Ms. Hetzker. So, who is responsible for making those particular fixes that need to be done, those tweaks to the language? Is that,
It would be the contract teams. So DCPS has a contract team and WTU has a contract team.
and do you know that those are being made, like, who raises them? And
We are not privy to what's happening in closed doors. But our lawyers did have a meeting with the greater membership where the lawyers shared, the WTU lawyers shared with us that there is nothing that is tentatively agreed upon. That usually in a negotiation, there's a list of like tentative agree on, like, yeah, you know, like I said, like we both agree on that section 1 needs to be revised. And then, you know, we'll table section 2 and come back to section 3 later. But there's nothing that is tentatively agreed upon.
I do just want to say, not, again, I'm not in those spaces, they would never let me in there, that's cool. But basically, Liz Davis made it really clear, this has been going on, right? She made it very clear, like, you present pretty basic stuff, yes, they would just come back with managerial rights. But that means that they're not talking about it, they don't feel like they have. So like, basic stuff. They would just come back, managerial rights, that means it's done deal, they're not gonna talk about it, period. Even if it's like, we want more tech for our classrooms for students, managerial rights. So that was what Liz Davis made very clear was happening on the regular, it's basically everything. We want smaller caseloads for special educators and more time for them to do their paperwork and follow the law, managerial rights. Like that's just their comeback move. They say it for everything, they basically negotiate.
why? Okay, so now I just.
They don't feel like they have, because we aren't striking.
I think at the end of the day, they do take advantage of the fact that we're going to go to work.
And also it is financially beneficial. The longer they can put off giving us a raise, the more money they can keep in their coffers. Because even some of these things that we already do, they still won't agree upon for the sake of the contract. Like, we're already doing it, why would we put it in there?
Okay. This sounds unbelievably frustrating, and I just want to, acknowledge that, and thank you for being here and sharing that with us, and hopefully the public is listening. And I guess, I'm out of time, but please let us know if there are other specific ways that we can elevate this.
Thank you, Representative Griswold. Representative Chang.
Thank you. Just saw the text I was supposed to speak on, so I will do my best. Ms. Chapter, you really explicitly named some of the very archaic aspects of the contract, including digital equity. And I'm curious, as you've raised these issues at your school, separate of this particular negotiation, what's been the response from school leadership?
I am very fortunate at my school, we do have adequate tech. Once again, I did kind of pull various WTU members about these topics. The school leadership is generally, especially when it comes to technology, the process is ridiculous in DCPS, where you have to order from one vendor. I don't know that I'm allowed to use the word price gouge, but it seems like that there is a price gouging going on. It's also incredibly delayed. We ordered tech back in the spring and it still hasn't arrived yet. So the, general response from school leadership, I would say, is frustration. And it's just like, well, that's the machine. We can't do anything about it.
And has that been escalated? And it sounds like that the school leadership is frustrated too.
I don't generally like to speak for them, but I would think that that's a fair statement.
And so when, do you know how that's escalated from there?
PSO has even fewer protections than WTU. The reason they don't show up here testifying, that's because they can just let go. And we've seen them do it. We saw them do it in the middle of the pandemic. They will stoop at nothing to take control over a situation. They will use their power to push people out. They don't even have multi-year contracts to the level that we do. There really is a win-share chance. They don't raise, right? The only reason they wonder why I still have a job. Some people, barely wonder why I still have a job. What I do is protect me, because I can say what they can't. I can run a crazy person. They can feed me information, not my current windows. But they do what they can. Like, there's principles in my DM because I can say what they can. And so they don't fire.
And Ms. Hughes, what number of contract is this for you to negotiate?
This will be 3, and I've been here for 16 years. May last.
And in those 3 years, would you have any 20-second advice for the SBOE members on how we from here can support teachers and students given the constraints that you can?
I think using reaching to your constituents and your networks and letting them know that this is a problem, asking your constituents to contact the mayor to show that they care about what's happening. I think she thinks she can get away with it. That's what she believes, and that's why she keeps asking this. So she's showing that we don't find it okay for this to not, mediation to not be successful. Mediation has to be successful. Come to the table in good faith. Both sides are gonna make some concessions. Let the W2 members then vote on it. Mediate in good faith. And just, the more people can contact her, anything to try to help her feel the pressure. So emailing your constituents, asking them to send an email to the executive office of the mayor, being like, please their contact. That'd be nice.
Thank you. Vice President Thompson.
So, good evening. Yes, I was good. So, I do not believe. let's assume that the contract was agreed today, when do you start negotiating a new contract?
They've talked about potentially trying to make it last longer. So honestly, if it goes to arbitration, I personally want to get a mandated contract, then goes for longer. That's frustrating. But the thought would be, it's usually 3 years from the date it passed. So like you don't do it from the back date of 2019, be like in 2022, 3 years.
Got it. Okay, so this will cover all of the retro time. Okay, yeah.
Hopefully.
In theory. All right, that was my first question. Second, I'm actually surprised to hear some of the things that are in the contract. I am familiar with the fact that there are actually 4 unions. So are these things in the other union contracts as well? Or are they just in teacher contracts, like the tech things, like the other facility things?
I actually tried to look up the CSO contract that just passed, but it's not public yet, so I don't know what's in theirs. I don't believe these are in other contracts.
All right.
But it's great reading if any of you, need to sleep tonight. Well, part of it is like our whole teacher contracts tend to be the ones, even if that it's bargaining for common good. That does tend to be like the angle for teacher contracts in particular. We argue for our classrooms, not just our benefits. And I do think some of the other locals get a little hamstringed into just being able to argue the benefits, probably because we're the largest one, compared to the others, just in terms of number of members.
And then do you all have a sense, I heard a part about promoting DC residents. Do you have a sense of how many of the DC members are in DC? Like what percentage of DC is it more than?
My understanding is under half.
Under half. I thought so. I thought it was getting low. Okay. And then,
And it is getting lower because of inflation. I know several teachers who have benefited from it.
and just cost of living, because it's expensive. That makes sense. I actually have a different question, for you. You mentioned, getting gang workers into, does one office or like OAG, would they be those people, or is it something, is it a different need, and are they just not in contact with your school?
I actually have a conversation with OAG tomorrow, so I can let you know tomorrow. We've also worked with MOLA quite a bit, but we've heard from many places the funding for gang prevention has been cut. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming, and move right into my questions. As Mr. Ju returns to the podium. I'm also going to ask a question around the items that are in the teacher's contracts that are not strictly related to labor and working conditions. Can you talk a little bit about why you think that's an important aspect of negotiating your contract and doing that negotiating with the contract?
I do think that, the basic argument is with our working conditions, our student learning conditions. So we can then make the case that it is in fact labor, and it's not just us kind of trying to stretch our reach. So that's, I think the main thing. I would echo what you said. I would also say it's about equity across the district. So it's, what is in one classroom should also be in another classroom. If we have a set of computers in one classroom, we should have that across the district. If we have working internet in one school, we should have it across. Same thing with locking doors and HVAC.
I want to follow up to Ms. Massacre on your point about email and social media. Can you say more about what you think ought to be in a renegotiated teacher's contract regarding those very modern facts of employment?
Sure, I love people ask for my opinion. I think, for example, Laura's probably tweeting right now. Should she be able to be fired for that? Right? Like that's something that should be there. Also, the relationship with, a huge one is the relationship with students on social media. Right? Are you allowed to friend, not that our students are on Facebook anymore, but are you allowed to friend one of them on Facebook while they're your student? Are you not? Can you do it once they graduate? What is the relationship with email? And, how long do I have to respond to an angry parent when they email me? Is that by the end of the day? Is that in 24 hours? What can I put in email? What can be searched in my work email? What cannot be? Obviously there's like legal things, but just on a general basis, who has access to my email? Does my boss have my access, etc. So those are just some of the topics, but specifically around students and these things. Am I allowed to directly email a student, or should there always be a third party on that email? Things along those lines would be really important to know.
That's super helpful, thank you. I wanted to just use my last couple of seconds to thank you, Mr. Richard, for your advocacy on behalf of sports for girls and women. I think it's super important. I also think it's incredibly important that DC be mindful of making sure our students have access to a wide range of sports so that they can understand fitness, lifelong fitness, opportunities to engage in sports that the students across the country have access to. So I appreciate so much your continued advocacy on behalf of this. And I look forward to working with my colleagues. I know Dr. Patterson was by this about ways we can think about that sort of advocacy for girls sports and particularly sport wrestling. Thank you. I yield the time.
Thank you all very much. Right now, we're going to transition to our panelists to join us virtually via Zoom. So folks, give me 30 seconds or so to get that set up. That'll be great. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you.
I believe I've let everybody who has joined us virtually via Zoom. And so we are going to begin with the names that they appear on my agenda in front of me. And so I do see Ms. Burke via video. Ms. Burke, can I just get a confirmation or a thumbs up that you can hear me?
Yes, hello.
You just give me, I couldn't quite hear you, but you can hear me, I think. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay. All right, I'm going to start with, is Ms. Camper on? She is not. I will go to Ms. Richardson.
I'm sorry, did you say Ms. Richardson?
Yes, I said Ms. Richardson.
Hi.
All right, I'm going to start with, is Ms. Camper on? For folks who have joined via Zoom, please make sure that the live stream is off or closed. We are getting a little bit of feedback on that. And also there will be a virtual. Ms. Richardson, it does appear that you might be having.
Hi, I'm sorry, there's like an echo. Are y'all hearing an echo or is it just me?
For folks who have joined via Zoom, please make sure that the Ms. Washington, we're going to go to you next. Ms. Washington.
I'm here.
Yes, we are going to go to you next.
I'm next.
Yes, you are.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let me go. I can start right this second. You didn't start the clock yet, did you?
It will start as soon as you start your testimony.
Okay. My name is Myrtle Washington. I am president of Washington Substitute Teachers United. I became a substitute teacher in 2013 during my Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, I just stopped.
Ms. Washington, we can hear you. If you can continue your remarks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I stopped because it was confusing to me. I didn't realize that I am behind. Can you start? Can you let me start again?
Yes, that's fine. We'll restart the
I
clock.
appreciate that. I won't stop this time. My name is Myrtle Washington. I am president of Washington Substitute Teachers United. I became a substitute teacher in 2013 during my orientation. I learned that substitute teachers had not received a pay raise since 2008. It was $15 an hour in 2008, and it only changed to $20 an hour in 2022 after 4 long years of protest. It was in October 2018 that we organized into a solid entity. We became Washington Substitute Teachers United. It was not easy to make contact with other substitute teachers. We could not use their DCPS emails to organize, but once the word got out that we were trying to unify, we got email lists from others who were also interested in organizing to increase our pay and other benefits. We wrote letters, signed and delivered petitions, visited council members, met with the deputy chancellor and then the chancellor several times. We spoke to the education committee and the committee of the whole. In January 2022, we started protesting outside the Wilson building every Monday for 1 hour. And those who could did not report to work on that day either. We got a response from DCPS only when our plight was in the news. And then on April 26th, we got word that we would see a $5 or $10 raise if you work 30 consecutive days. In our May 6th paycheck, after 14 years, we got a $5 or $10 raise. We're still fighting. White House interns for the first time in history earned $750 for 35 hours a week. That comes to about $21 an hour. DC Summer Youth Program participants earned $20 an hour. Why can't DCPS substitute teachers earn a salary that shows our worth? Up until March, substitute teachers had to have a bachelor's degree. A number of us have a bachelor's degree and more. We bring our education and experiences into the classroom. DCPS schools need substitute teachers. I get desperate calls or emails from schools several days during the week. At least 300 substitute teachers have taken other jobs. Our children are behind in learning. DCPS needs qualified and caring people in each classroom to bring our children up to where they need to be in pre-K, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and beyond. Can this body help substitute teachers? If so, let us know. If not, please point out a next step for us to consider. Thank you, Myrtle Washington.
Thank you very much, Ms. Washington. We will try to go back to Ms. Richardson.
Hello, I hope you guys can hear me this time. My name is Brittany Richardson. I am the 5-6 humanities teacher at Center City Petworth Charter School. Additionally, I serve as the family and community voice organizer for the DC-based education nonprofit Empower Ed. It's great that because of Empower Ed's Rep DC campaign, there's necessary work being done to diversify the teacher workforce in DC and ensure that our students have access to educators that reflect the population we serve in the districts. However, my concern lies with the allocation of funds for this program. Considering OSSE has chosen American University and Relay Graduate School as grant recipients, the initiative would be far more cost efficient if we partner with local universities such as Trinity and UDC. These programs are far more affordable teacher preparation programs, which allow us to serve many more potential educators. Additionally, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the incredibly diverse demographic of emerging professionals enrolled in institutions such as Howard University. UDC is also another HBCU in the area. Lastly, in addition to cost effectiveness and increased racial and cultural diversity, these university programs provide targeted programs in areas where we have excessive shortages in our workforce, such as our emerging bilingual population and our special education population. So while I think that starting this initiative is a great start point for this, I think that we should be more mindful of where we are allocating our funds and who we are preparing to come into the workforce in Washington, DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right now we'll go to Ms. Rob.
Did you say me? Me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Anna Roblin. I've been a substitute teacher for about 6 years in DCPS. I'm with Myrtle, Washington. We're together. We're both in part of the WSTU organizing group. And I'm just, Myrtle explained everything really well, so I'll just add a few things. We have a sign-on letter that we would really love it if you, all of the representatives would sign it. I attached it in the testimony, the written testimony. And it's basically stating, what we're asking for. Also, if it's possible, I think it would be really, really helpful if you all could help possibly with mediation between us and Ms. Bowser, between us, Ms. Bowser, Mr. Farabee. And I just wanted to say, if you have any ideas on how we can further our goals, we really could use to hear your ideas. We've been struggling with trying to get into WTU, and they're, very busy with our transition right now, but it's been going on for a long time. And before they had a transition, it wasn't going anywhere.
Ms. Rothland, you are frozen at this moment. So
Through COVID, and I think that's all I have to say. We're just, looking for whatever kind of support, especially for the sign-on letter and whatever other ideas you all have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rothland. We'll move to Ms. Berg.
Good evening. My name is Claire Berkey, and I am the English Department Chair at Banneker High School, where I teach writing and lead numerous clubs. I am also halfway through a doctoral program in education policy and leadership studies with an emphasis on equity and improving literacy instruction. I have 3 children who attend Seton Elementary School in Ward 2. Tonight, I am asking you to stand with the Washington Teachers Union as we advocate for a fair contract for DCPS teachers and all members of our collective bargaining units. Why now? It has been 3 years since our last contract expired. That means 3 years of receiving no cost of living adjustments, and no opportunities to solidify protections for new and evolving working conditions. In the last 3 years, I know I don't need to remind you, a global pandemic upended our society and schools, killed family members and friends, and contributed to an economy characterized by inflation and environmental devastation. As I think back on my 14 years in DC public schools, I remember clearly when new contracts were agreed upon. My first year of teaching, with the advent of the impact evaluation system, and my 8th year of teaching in 2017, the year when, surprise, I gave birth to twin girls. But I don't just remember the years, I remember the specific numbers associated with these events. A teacher in DC who is the breadwinner or sole earner for their family feels every slight increase or decrease in income. When surprises happen, like needing to pay double for exorbitant daycare, or having a child in the NICU for months, or having a partner lose a job, teachers take out credit card debt and take on second and third jobs. There is little to no wiggle room in many of our personal budgets. And so when gas prices soar over $4 a gallon and interest rates rise when you need to finance a car, and the cost of turkey for your kids' favorite sandwiches rises by 18%, you feel it. Additionally, teachers' job expectations have continued to shift in recent years, and the pressure to increase test scores is as strong as ever. As a researcher of educational best practices who is deeply familiar with our students' data points, I know that ensuring educational equity requires more time for planning, collaboration, instructional feedback. To serve all of our students well and to make sure that every child can read by the 3rd grade will take a Herculean effort by all involved: students, teachers, instructional leaders, families, and city officials. If we are serious about being the best school district in the country, teachers need to feel that the city has our back. Teachers like myself and my colleagues are already giving up time with our families to sponsor after-school activities. We are paying out of pocket for student snacks, and we are taking on student loans for professional development. We need our elected officials to stand alongside us and ensure a fair contract now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berkey. I will now move to Ms. Boyd. Ms. Boyd, if you can hear me, guys.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you at first. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at tonight's hearing. My name is Casey Boyd. I am a school librarian at Jefferson Academy. I'm a proud second-generation educator with numerous aunts and uncles who also work in education, and I have earned 3 master's degrees and currently taking a short break for my doctoral program. I have 2 requests for the State Board of Ed tonight. One is to take a stand with the Washington Teachers Union as we advocate for a fair contract for DCPS teachers and all members of our collective bargaining unit. And 2, please support Council Bill B24-0443, which is the Students' Right to Read Amendment Act of 2021. Though I've only been working for DCPS for 5 years, I have a unique experience with union contract and negotiations. As a child in Chicago, my parents worked with the late Jacqueline Vaughn, president of the Chicago Teachers Union, to fight for improved education conditions, resources, and the cost of living increases for teachers. Now, during my tenure with Chicago Public Schools, I worked with the late Karen Jennings Lewis to fight against privatization, a troublesome evaluations system, and merit pay. Now, I'm working for DCPS, and I find it really interesting that there are parallels between Chicago and Washington, D.C., which include wages, evaluation, and respect. DCPS teachers answered the call, came to work during the pandemic, got vaccines, dealt with building conditions that were not quite acceptable in some areas of the city and supported our students who struggled academically, socially, and emotionally. For school librarians, B24-0443, the Students' Right to Read Amendment Act was introduced on November 23rd, 2021. So it's almost a year and has since has stalled in the council. This bill will ensure that sufficient funding for a full-time certified librarian will be placed in every DCPS school. We're hoping that this amendment will eliminate the inconsistent staffing of school librarians throughout the district. Principals have been able to petition away the position, leaving students without valuable service that a school librarian can provide. Now, while funds were made available during the 2021 and now 2022 school years, librarians are looking towards the future. Consistent funding of the program and position must be made to support our students. So it's interesting. Every time that there's a budget crisis, it's like they come for the librarians all the time. So it's very difficult to balance the pay and pay out of pocket for, I'll use myself as example, for my makerspace supplies, basic library management supplies for my library program that's not covered by Office Depot. And it's difficult to supplement the much needed books and other materials when my Donors Choose grants can't cover them. Now, teachers haven't had the cost of living raised since our last contract. It's also very worrisome. And I'm going to conclude to work where you have been asked to perform duties outside of your job description, like teaching classes because of the lack of classroom teaching staff. These duties do pull librarians away from their core responsibilities in developing a love of reading with the kids, collaborating with classroom teachers, and maintaining the collection. By passing the new teacher's contract, these protections will support librarians and provide a much needed clarity and boundaries for all. Now, despite these struggles, I'm really proud that my library program contributed to the historic million print and digital content items used by students and teachers during the 2021 to 2022 school year. You will see that attached in my testimony. And the school library was a center of learning in every DCPS school. So I just ask that DCPS if you could give us the support in these two areas. DCPS has the potential to be the best urban school district in the country. We just need your support and advocacy to obtain a fair contract and a just contract. And we need your support in getting Council Bill B24-0443 passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd, and to all the panelists. At this time, we will turn to member questions. For those who join virtually, you'll see a timer on the Zoom screen when you're in gallery mode. For folks and members in the room, the clock will be set in here as well, so they will be running currently. If you give me 1 second, I will start the member questions shortly. All right, we will begin with our student representatives. Representative Bernstein.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Congratulations, Ms. Boyd, on everything you do all the time, but also being named as the DC Public School Librarian, or being named as the Policy Leader of the Year. I have a question. If librarians saw any of the ESSER funding, and if the ESSER funding expiring in 2 years would affect librarians even more, just kind of how, if at all, you've seen ESSER funding in your libraries across DC schools.
I'm so sorry. I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
No
I think you're
worries.
talking about ESSER funds.
Yeah, I was just wondering if librarians saw ESSER funding at all, and how ESSER funding may or may not affect, ESSER funding expiring may or may not affect librarians in district schools.
If it was ESSER funds at the state, I mean, at the school level, it varied from school to school. I can only speak for myself. I didn't receive any funds, and I knew that the funds were there. I asked for them and I just didn't receive them for whatever reasons. I am certain that, while I may have not received it, it might have been another situation at another school. So, to track that, I think it would be great if you all could reach out to the library department. They should be able to probably give you a little more feedback on that.
Okay, thank you so much. And for Ms. Richardson, I had a question about teacher preparatory programs and how the state board can best support continuation of teacher preparatory programs. I know we have
I'm sorry, you kind of went out at the end of your question.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to be louder. From your testimony, what do you think the state board can concretely do to best support teacher preparatory programs?
Yes, so thank you for your question. How can the state best support? I think that we need to be a lot more intentional about the partnerships that we are developing with the schools. I mean, even with high schools to universities, so many states have amazing grow your own teacher initiatives that they're doing where they are looking for educators in their own community or potential educators in their own community and setting them up for success. And I feel like DC, while we are on that track, we are not where we can be or where we should be.
Okay, thank you all so much for your testimony and time.
Representative O'Leary.
I'd like to thank all of y'all. Because I know some of you, the labor point about how the leaders have failed, the substitute teachers and the teachers, the librarians. He is a community. Pass the word. Our friends, try to get the leaders in the city to react to the neglect that has been done to the teachers. The principal's got a contract. I have this gut feeling that the fact that the principal's got a contract might have been a final put a wedge between the leaders of the schools and their teachers. And I hope that that's not true, but I think it's very important that we do all we can do to support the people in the building that are educating our children, and they need to be have the right amount of money to do it. And I just want to thank you all. Thank you.
Representative Walker.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for coming. Also, a congratulations, Ms. Boyd, on your award from NASB. Congrats on that. I wanted to say one thing to the teachers about the contract, and I want to talk more about the subs. Just, I'm with you. I hope maybe we can have a resolution about this. Perhaps next time. You guys did such enormous work during the pandemic. It's really, unfortunate to say the least that you're still without a contract after 3 years. So I'll leave it at that for the moment. I want to ask the substitutes if they might want to say a little bit to the audience about some other conditions that you're dealing with. In the schools, there's a great substitute shortage. We're losing teachers. We don't have subs. We have some people from the central office coming out, administrators in schools are sometimes subbing. But there's quite a shortage, and I wonder if you could say something about how the conditions or the pay are affecting that. We did talk about the $21 an hour if you work for 30 days. I wonder if you could talk about some of the other conditions, benefits, and some of
Yes. Yeah, this is Myrtle Washington. I hope you can hear me. Let me be clear on that. Regular substitute teachers who might work 1, 2, 3, 4 days a week, we're paid $20 an hour. Now, remember, it was $15 an hour for 14 years. So in February, we got a $5 raise. We saw it in our paychecks in May, but we got a $5 raise after 14 years. And that was for those of us who did not work 30 consecutive days. If you worked 30 consecutive days, then you got a $10 raise. All right. So this is 14 years, $5 or $10, depending on how much you work. Now, as you well know, a lot of people quit their jobs during COVID. And who decided to take those jobs? Substitute teachers. So we lost about 300 substitute teachers to other places, jobs, cities, or whatever. And I can definitely understand. Those of us who remain, we are called, some of us are called every day because the schools cannot supply enough substitute teachers to cover. Who loses time, energy, and effort, and who gets neglected? The children, because there are not enough substitute teachers to take the positions, to do the work, to help our children on a regular basis. And our children are behind. Third graders cannot read the way third graders used to be able to read. So, you know, our children are behind, and it doesn't seem as though we get the respect. And I'm sure the regular teachers can say the same thing. We don't get the respect of taking care of our children. A judge told me, he said, you're being exploited, talking about substitute teachers, because we love what we do. Most of us love what we do. And we come in, whether rain, sleet, snow, shine, during COVID, after the virtual, we did virtual, and then after virtual, we took our shots and we came into the building. So we love our children. And it does not appear that this administration, the council members they don't really recognize us. They don't respect us either. They don't respect us and the job that we're doing in the public school system. So, you know, we all have the same complaints. We're not being respected the way we should be, especially after coming through a COVID that had children out, some of them for almost 2 years.
Thank you very much, Ms. Washington. The time actually has expired.
Yes, no problem.
Representative Patterson. Okay, no questions. Representative Parker.
Thank you all for sharing. I have no questions.
Representative Soy.
Thank you. I just want to thank you all for sticking with us. And I know it's a school name. And we will be discussing how best work in the ways that we can. So I especially just wanted to thank Ms. Washington and Ms. Rowland for bringing this issue to our attention. So,
Representative Chang.
Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Ms. Casey, I wanted to ask for your take on where we are with B240443 and how those of us on the board can be supportive in the coming months.
Ms. Boyd, the question was to you from Representative Chang. He's asking about the current bill for council and what can be done to be supportive.
The current bill you're referring, is the questions regarding the current bill?
Yes, the status of and where is it based on what you.
It's actually stalled. The bill was signed off, and it's linked in my testimony. It was signed off by a lot of the council members, including the chairman, but It hasn't moved since then. And I believe that after a year, it actually dies. So we're coming up on a year very soon. And I just don't understand why this bill cannot be moved forward.
Okay, we will look into it. Thank you.
Anything else, Representative Chang? Okay. Vice President Thompson?
No, I'd just like to thank everyone for testifying. Congratulate the school team. And officially say we all.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of the witnesses who stepped with us to testify tonight. Thank you for making time to share with us your questions and concerns, and for giving us specific points on which we can support you all in our in advocacy. Ms. Boyd, I will echo my congratulations to you for the upcoming NASB Award. Ward 6 is deeply grateful to have you serving the scholars at Jefferson Academy. Thank you so much to all of you. Have a great evening.
All right, at this time, those who joined virtually and exit the Zoom, I believe we will be transitioning to that's very exciting. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, thank you all for your good questions to our public witnesses tonight and for staying with us. We are grateful for all the folks who came to testify to us in person and virtually. We deeply appreciate being kept in the loop on the issues that are important to our educators, our families, and students. We are now going to move on to our administrative votes. Our first ceremonial resolution is CR 22-28, recognizing National Suicide Prevention Week. Representative O'Leary, would you like to make a motion?
So moved.
A motion has been made by Representative O'Leary. Is there a second? Second. The motion has been seconded by Representative Branstad. The resolution having been properly moved and seconded, Mr. Ju will read the resolution into the record.
State Board of Education Ceremonial Resolution, CR 22-28, recognizing National Suicide Prevention and Awareness Week. Whereas the United States recognizes National Suicide Prevention and Awareness Week each year on the week of September 10th, World Suicide Prevention Day. Whereas the purpose of National Suicide Prevention and Awareness Week is to bring awareness to suicide prevention by engaging healthcare professionals and advocates to support and inform the general public about issues concerning mental health crises and suicide. Whereas in 2020, the Suicide Resource Prevention Center reported that suicide is the second leading cause of death for youth within the ages of 10 to 14 and young adults within the ages of 25 to 30. Whereas there are several risk factors that may lead to suicide across community groups, including but not limited to stress resulting from historical trauma and discrimination, known to directly affect LGBTQ+ youth. Whereas the DC Youth Risk Behavior Survey is conducted by the Office of the State Superintendent of Education every 2 years, specifically addressing risk behaviors in middle and high schools across DC. And in their findings from 2019, highlighted that 15% of students reported a suicide attempt compared to the national average of 12%. And whereas education agencies in DC work to enhance student mental health support by increasing access to mental health services through the partnership between public schools and community mental health organizations. And there is a continued effort to expand these services to serve all 244 public and public charter schools. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the DC State Board of Education recognizes and observes National Suicide Prevention and Awareness Week and works to advocate and inform preventative education in schools and throughout communities to raise awareness and support the continued instances of suicide.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the resolution? Dr. O'Leary.
I'd just like to if you look at the resolution, and it says there is a continued effort to expand these services to serve all 244 public and public charter schools. We need to make sure, at least to raise our voices, to make sure that there's not just a continued effort to do that, but that it's done. When I think it was Ms. Brooks was talking about the contract and the verbiage in the contract for the teachers. It was talking about, we're gonna think about doing this and things like that. As someone who's been affected by suicide in my family and, as a teacher, and especially in these times, in the last couple of years, with the pandemic, where there was stress on everyone, especially young people, is much greater than it's ever. And we talk about social and emotional learning, but there's a whole lot of social emotional learning that's going on in the school these days. So we really need to focus on our children's mental health instead of test scores.
Further discussion?
Representative Bertha.
Thank you. I wanted to highlight a specific part of the resolution that talks about how LGBTQ youth are at significantly increased risk of suicide. This is people aged 13 to 24, and LGBTQ youth faces a lot of apologization for their family and family members and at school. They're actually 4 times more likely than our peers to attempt suicide. At least one LGBTQ youth attempts suicide every 45 seconds. So I think when we talk about how we can prevent suicide at DC schools, it's important that we talk about specific student groups.
Thank you, Representative Bertha.
No further discussion. Seeing no further discussion,
The motion is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Our next resolution is CR 22-29, celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. Representative Gasoy, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I would. So
A motion has been made by Representative Gasoy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Patterson. Motion has been seconded. Mr. Patterson. The resolution being properly moved and seconded. Mr. Chu will read the resolution.
State Board of Education Ceremonial Resolution, CR 22-29, celebrating National Hispanic Heritage. Whereas the United States observes National Hispanic Heritage Month each year from September 15th to October 15th, continuing a tradition that began in 1968 under President Lyndon B. Johnson as Hispanic Heritage Week, and that was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988. Whereas the purpose of National Hispanic Heritage Month is to celebrate the language, culture, contributions, and history of the Hispanic and Latinx communities in the United States who represent ancestry from Spain, Africa, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central and South America. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month acknowledges the anniversary of independence for several Latin American countries, including Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and Nicaragua. Whereas the Smithsonian Institution is building the National Museum of the American Latino to recognize the accomplishments, history, and culture of Latinx communities. Whereas the Department of Homeland Security has issued a proposed rulemaking to preserve and fortify the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, also known as DACA policy, effective October 31st, 2022, which would impact our students, their families, and residents across the district. Whereas more than 77,000, or 11%, of DC residents are Hispanic or Latinx heritage, according to the most recent data from the United States Census Bureau. Whereas over 17,000, or 18%, of DC students identify as Hispanic or Latinx, and whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month will be commemorated this year in the district and schools and neighborhoods with events, festivals, programs, and activities surrounding the 2022 theme Unidos, Inclusivity for a Stronger Nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the DC State Board of Education recognizes and celebrates National Hispanic Heritage Month and the history, achievements, and contributions of the district's residents of Hispanic and Latinx ancestry. And be it further resolved that the state board recognizes and values the importance of culturally sustaining pedagogy, dual language immersion programs, and bilingual methods of instruction as important elements of equity and excellence in education.
Thank you. Is there a discussion on the resolution? Representative Gissoi.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of the language schools and language immersion programs, my board at Citywide, the International Academy at Cardozo Educational Campus, and the alternative and adult ed schools serving so many of our Spanish students of all ages. There are so many organizations, I'm not going to name them tonight, but have been instrumental and absolutely essential in supporting students and families who identify as Latinx. And I also want to thank our ed for the work that they are doing and have already done to help close the gap between Latinx students and Latinx teachers. I also just want to note that we have hit a grim milestone in our country. I think it's 2 million migrants from Latin America have been detained at the border this year. And thousands of those migrants fleeing violence and poverty have been bused to DC, as we know, and a lot of those families are going to have children who end up in our schools throughout the year. So I do want to just emphasize that we really need to ensure that they are resourced and sufficiently staffed to meet those needs. I do want to thank Mayor Bowser for attempting to obtain federal support to ensure migrants sent from Texas and Arizona are receiving support they need to live with dignity while seeking asylum. And finally, I want to thank my council member, Councilmember Nadeau, for being a champion for immigrant rights in our ward and in response to the current influx of hundreds of migrants each day, for moving legislation to establish a new Office of Migration Services within DHS so we can live up to our commitment and responsibility as a sanctuary city.
Thank you, Representative Gissoi. There's further discussion on the motion.
Yes, I just have a couple of things. 2015 and 2020, this country almost underwent a tremendous revolution, a backwards revolution, especially for the Latino or people who identify themselves as Latino in this country. And thankfully, hopefully, we are on a different trajectory. In our resolution, we talk about sustaining or culturally sustaining pedagogy. We know that right now, pedagogy is under attack in many of the states in this country. We're trying to erase it, not allow students to read books about the others or written by the others. And I just want to commend the State Board of Education for this very well thought out resolution that addresses the problems that we're facing every day in this country.
Thank you, Dr. O'Leary. Consider further discussion on the resolution. Vice President Wilson.
I wanted to know, because I know sometimes the Hispanic families in our world particularly don't feel seen. There's just a smaller group that we know that diversity is true across our city. That is both who are new arrivals that we need to support. We have to stay committed to receive these. Welcome this part of the city.
Thank you, Vice President Thompson. See no further discussion, the motion is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Members, our final resolution is SR 22-7, fiscal year 2024 need for appropriations and enhancements resolution.
I'll note for members that there's also a company statement which has been added to somebody, which is the same earlier today, so that is there for referencing. It is also there. Is there a motion on the resolution? Thank you, Vice President Thompson. Is there a second? Thank you, Representative Gascoigne. The motion being properly moved and seconded, Mr. Chu will read the resolution in the room.
State Board of Education Resolution SR 22-7, approval of fiscal year 2024 need for appropriations. Whereas in 2013, the Council of the District of Columbia approved the State Board of Education Personnel Authority Amendment Act of 2022, effective April 27, 2013, to ensure that the DC State Board of Education had the authority to operate as an independent agency, including through the hiring of its own staff and preparing its own budget. Whereas DC Official Code, Section 38.2652, D3 reads, beginning in fiscal year 2013, the board shall prepare and submit to the mayor for inclusion in the annual budget prepared and submitted to the council pursuant to Part B of subchapter 4, 5, 6, of chapter 4, of chapter 2, of Title 1, Section 204.41, annual estimates of the expenditures and appropriations necessary for the operation of the board for the year, and all estimates shall be forwarded by the mayor to the council for. In addition to the mayor's recommendation, action by the council pursuant to section 1.204.46 and section 1.206.3. Whereas the state board staff have prepared a budget that reflects the need for appropriations to meet the priorities in fiscal year 2024 of the agency's offices, the Office of the State Board of Education, the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education, the Office of the Student Advocate. Whereas the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget and related enhancements have been discussed at working sessions of the State Board on August 3rd, 2022 to September 7th, 2020. Whereas the State Board is appreciative of the trust placed in it by residents and shall remain open and transparent about its spending. Whereas in the fiscal year that begins on October 1st, 2023, the state board proposes a need for appropriations of $2,980,498.87, with $432,551 being spent on program activities and the remainder on personnel in accordance with the attached chart. And whereas the state board proposes $811,000 in additional appropriations for the agency in the form of enhancement requests, and confirms that these requests would amplify and extend the capabilities of the agency. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on September 21st, 2022, the DC State Board of Education approves its fiscal year 2024 need for appropriations and enhancements, and requests that the mayor include in her annual budget submission the estimate approved herein.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. And these are the only ones that are from my words of the consent document. Seeing, is there discussion for members on the resolution? Representative Kurtzberg.
Okay, I'm a little less emotional about our fiscal year, so I will stay dry eye for this one. The equity statement I'm really happy about because the second bullet point increases student representative stipend to $1,000 for fiscal year 2024, which is super exciting. Because student representatives do a lot of work on top of the school day. For instance, I left my house this morning at 7:30. It is almost 3 p.m. Yeah, I'm just super excited about that, and I'm probably tempted to when it was wrong.
Thank you, Representative Kurtzberg. Other discussion? Representative Bloomberg.
I just wanted to say, I agree with the working meeting, how important that was for the board to continue its commitment to taking up research that we want to bring forward some of the issues that have been raised in the city. I mean, teacher turnover has been one that we had talked about, and some others. I think there's money in this budget that could support it. So I'm not going to bring that forward as anything separate. That will be up for the next board to work its way through as they come in next January. But I do want to raise that because it's an important thing to continue with. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bloomberg. Is there further discussion? And I'll take just a moment of presidential privilege and
thank our student representatives for raising the question around the equity of student stipends. In discussion and membership, the admin committee discussed this idea of increasing the student stipends and focusing it on what we're calling an educational services scholarship, so that it is not treated as any sort of conflict with the notion of also receiving service hours for your incredible amount of service to the board, but also as a way to ensure that all students who serve on the board have an opportunity to receive funding that will further their future choices, whether those choices be two-year colleges, four-year colleges, other training programs, as part of their work. So we're incredibly grateful to brought us this idea, and we were able to include it in the budget, along with important ways to extend the capacity of our agency, both in terms of staff, as well as in terms of the kinds of studies that Representative Wattenberg referenced in her comments. So I'm appreciative of all the work that my colleagues put in suggesting ideas and talking through them, and then for appropriations that we're going to vote on. See no further discussion. The motion is on adoption of SR.
Representative Bernstein,
Aye.
Representative Burgess, Representative Wages, Representative Washington, Representative Gasoy,
Aye.
Representative Chang. Aye. Representative Wattenberg.
Aye.
Representative O'Leary.
Aye.
Representative Parker. Representative Patterson.
Aye.
Representative Thompson. And Representative Sutter.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Members, that brings us to the end of our administrative agenda. That brings us to new business. Members, are there any items of new business or announcements? So we begin with Representative Wattenberg.
The last working meeting, I had brought a resolution for us to adopt that will put forward the board priorities for the research collaborative, which was mentioned by President Sutter earlier tonight. We had a discussion there, and my idea was also to have a letter that would contain those recommendations that we put into the right tone and send it to include. So I'm very much in favor of that. I believe we have, I believe it's just Fridays. My understanding. In addition, I had raised, then and I raised since then, also important to adopt this letter as resolution. So I'm not going to do anything tonight. It's probably late and even more because we have to go this to the student advisory committee. We want to someone who's in the advisory committee at some point. Over and
Thank you. We meet once in October. Sorry, I know my time, but if you want, you can send it to the email me or do it right now. We only meet once a month.
Very good. Thank you, Representative Wattenberg. Are there any questions or comments for Representative Wattenberg? Representative Gasoy.
First, I just wanted to thank our staff and our chef actually did a great job tonight, leading the new old meeting, this hybrid meeting. So just wanted to give some appreciation. After listening to the all the teachers who testified tonight, I would like to put forward the idea of having a resolution. I know we will discuss this further, but I just want to put that out there for the public that is something we will discuss.
Representative, so can I just ask a point of clarification? A resolution regarding the teacher's contract, regarding substitute teachers, regarding. The contract. Thank you. You're welcome. Are there questions or comments for Representative Guzman? Representative Bernstein, you have negative new business.
Yes, I'm sorry, I know, this is really quick. I want to talk about these more working sense because it's bringing us around really quickly. Currently, 5 committees exist via our bylaws, and the student advisory committee is not one of the advisory committees that exist in our bylaws, which means it doesn't have to exist, just as the student representatives have to exist. And changes to our bylaws can be proposed and made with a 2/3 vote from the full board, no resolution is needed. Yeah, I wanted to bring it up now so people are aware that it's something we should at least talk about at the working session, but not now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bernstadt. Are there questions or comments for Representative Bernstadt? Are there other items of new business from members? President Blackburn is another, and then I'm going to end with Vice President Thompson.
Thank you. I really just wanted to say my knowledge for everybody. I was even then.
Thank you, Representative Wattenberg. Vice President Thompson.
All right, I have two items. One, is both of the and it came up tonight again when the teacher talked about the need for like de-escalation and people individually who address different concerns. I would like to propose a path forward. One, I actually think it makes sense to send those other people that we have, and I understand that. I want to understand how they're supposed to interact with someone in particular. Two, I think actually it makes sense to how we are doing and over sexual assault. We might actually want to invite some of those agencies to come speak to us. It can either be at a public meeting or we can set up some type of panel to better understand what is again supposed to be happening. Because no one can answer that question as far as like what it looks like in our schools and communities to keep people safe. And then once we have a better sense of that information, I would like the board to propose recommendations around that. So that's my first item. The second thing is actually, and again, going with the letter here. I think we need to make a data request around school support staff. I'm calling this school support staff because I think we have a lot of data around teachers. And if they're being retained, if they're, present in buildings, and they're not the only ones in buildings. Everything from the crossing guard issue to we have cafeteria workers, do we have enough janitorial staff, which continues to come up. I know you all have been in buildings just like I've been in buildings. And we actually do not know how pervasive those issues are that make our buildings run. And so I would like to actually, and I think it's optional to start with, but I would like to know some better data on our school support staff and how those positions are, if those positions are adequately staffed currently in our school. So those are my two items.
Thank you, Vice President Thompson. Are there any questions or comments for Vice President Thompson? Okay. Thank you, members, for sticking with us and for your announcements and new business items. We are going to move towards closing this meeting. I appreciate that everyone stayed engaged with us tonight. It was great to be back in person in the old council chambers. I would like to add my plaudits to everybody else who's already sent them to our staff. I already put you all on Twitter tonight. We have the best staff of any elected official in the city. They got us not only back into the old council chambers with clean carpets, but they got us into this big, hybrid posture, which Vice President Thompson and I can tell you when we came in here last week, sounded like flying cars. And instead tonight we were able to continue to engage with the public in a way that we have been able to for 2 years in Zoom, as well as to have people back in person and together. So thank you, all goes to our staff. Thank you for sticking with us tonight. A reminder that the state board will continue to hold its meetings in person every posture. We will convene next at our October 12th working session and our October 19th meeting. The state board will also be hosting a back to school engagement event
in person at Eastern Senior High School at 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, September 24th. Members of the public can still sign up on our website and at bit.ly SBOE #2 school as well. One last public announcement, this Friday, our advocacy and outreach committee is hosting a roundtable on sexual assault in our schools and information and data that we are seeking on instances of sexual assault and sexual abuse in our schools. You can find that meeting on our website, on our calendar of meetings, and we certainly invite members of the viewing public to watch that roundtable. With no further business before the state board, I would now entertain a motion from Dr. Rodriguez moving. So I would like a second. Second.
After I reminded everybody about Eastern High School at 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. We're excited to see you there. So Dr. Rodriguez is motioning, Dr. Desoy is seconding. All in favor, say aye. Aye. The ayes have it, and the meeting of the Columbia State Board of Education is adjourned at 10:10 p.m.